what is the last thing that you remember?
Oh boy. So, if I recall, the last thing that we did, we got home after having defeated that witch,
Mm.
barely managing to revive Lunala, and we went back with the witch soul in hand, bringing an entire town full of kids with us, and we paraded the witch's soul around before bringing it down into Reticent's workshop because we needed it in order to repair Solon's sister. And he said that he would need some time,
Mm-hmm.
so we returned back up topside. Trying to remember what happened after we got back. Because I know the wedding plans are being made.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
You
yeah, the last
found
thing.
a very specific
Yeah.
thing in your room.
Yeah, the last thing that Pridwin remembered was finding the gift,
Mm-hmm.
opening it up, and it was his wedding ring.
Yep.
And then Pridwin joined Lunala on the roof, and they kissed,
Mm-hmm.
while being watched.
And Lunala did not care at all.
Yeah. Pridwin mostly didn't, until he realized that they were there. And so I can assume what happened after that.
I mean, you can say whatever you would like to have happened after that, because that is where we cut, was with her kissing him a second time.
Yeah,
So,
probably gonna get up in the morning, pretty early in the morning, to get everything Pridwin has planned set aside.
okay. So, it has not been long at all. Actually, roll me a d20.
Oh, alright.
Let's see if you can.
Jesus. Natural 20.
Yeah, okay, so you got like 2 hours of sleep. And there is something about the fact that your fiance is laying beside you and you are doing things to get ready for a wedding. To her, you couldn't sleep. You couldn't hardly sleep at all. But you don't feel that tired either.
Yep.
So you get up. Lunala is out. That was a fucking nat one. She doesn't move an inch when you get up.
God. Yeah, Pridwin will just like sneakily roll out of bed, probably tuck her in,
You do so.
and get his armor equipped and get ready to head out of his room.
Okay. So you get yourself dressed, head out into the hallway. It is dark. You check your watch and you realize it's like 4 in the morning.
Oh,
It is early. And it doesn't seem that anybody is out and about. There's a faint sound coming from the kitchen.
Pridwin will kind of quietly enter the kitchen, or like head into the main room to see what
So
the
you
noise is.
walk down the hallway and there are footsteps going in the opposite direction of you as you kind of round the corner. You see that there is a fresh pot of coffee that has been made, and there's the sound of a door closing somewhere in the other hallway.
Can Pridwin try and see which one was closed?
Roll me
Like,
d20.
try and catch the... Oh, boy. Whoop. 16?
You don't see, but there is a hint of light coming from beneath Minerva and Liam's door.
Pridwin will walk over to it and gently knock on it to make sure not to wake anyone up.
Okay, so... There's a long pause. Do you knock again?
Did I hear anything before the...
You think that
Before
you
you
heard
knock?
the sound of muffled voices, and then... nothing. Like, it got very quiet.
Yeah, he's gonna knock again.
After a second, the doorknob turns silently and the door cracks open.
Good morning.
There's a sort of golden eye peering out at you. You recognize Liam, even in the darkness.
I noticed you were all up.
Not my choice, he says, rubbing at his eyes.
Oh?
Do you have any idea what it's like to be in the same room with this woman? He says under his breath. There's the sounds of talking behind him, but like it's not directed at him.
Ah. Yeah, we shared a room until we were about 10.
Yeah? He says, glancing over his shoulder and then looking back at you. You wanna trade?
Pridwin, squinting. No, she's your problem now.
Didn't think so, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. Do you need something?
Well, I noticed that there was coffee in the kitchen, and, well, I wasn't expecting anyone else to be up this
You see a
early.
slight movement, you look down and you see in his hand through the crack he is holding a cup. A mug. It is steaming. He looks at it, he looks at you, he sighs.
I'm probably going to grab a cup, and then I have, some things I need to do.
Don't we all, he says tiredly.
Yes, oh, if Kati is up, let her know that, this evening I was wondering if she would want to, have practice with, shields.
Katya, he says, looking at you. She's not with us.
Do you know where she is?
I don't know. I don't know who was on cat duty when we got back, to be fair.
Oh boy. Well, then I suppose I'm going to need to find her.
Probably a good idea.
If you do see her, let her know.
Yeah, no offense, but I think I'm landlocked for the moment. He kinda, like, holds up his wrists with the mug in one hand and makes, like, the shackles movement.
Yeah.
You hear a
Pridwin
voice
just-
from behind him go, Liam, come on, you're supposed to be helping me. Liam gives you this help me look with his eyes and then says, yeah, Minnie, I'll be there in a minute.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it. He says and he closes the door.
Pridwin's going to head back to the kitchen, grab himself a cup of coffee, and try to think back to who was on cat duty.
You get some coffee, and you start thinking. And you realize you don't think anybody was on cat duty. Because everybody was really busy when you got back. The last time you saw Katya, you guys were on the roof, and Katya and Minerva and Liam and Xavier were all huddled outside watching you.
So, I'm just imagining Pridwin's got like this perfectly like content face, and it's like the meme from Ratatouille where he's just like it's slowly zooming in on his face, and he looks more and more concerned as he realizes that Katya wasn't actually being supervised. Oh no. Immediately going to like chug the rest of his coffee and get up and start looking around for her.
You drink your coffee. Where do you go? It is, like I said, it's very dark in this cabin.
Yeah.
Like, you guys have strung, like, Christmas lights up around the main living area, so it's got that amber glow in the front, but the hallways are dark.
Yeah. Where would Katya be? Because if she's not with them, and she usually sleeps in that room. Or wait, she still stays in Douglas and Douglas's room, right?
You're thinking back, and you have seen her in her and Douglas's room, in your room, in Soma and Sadie's room, and in Liam and Minerva's room.
He's going to check her and Douglas's room first and foremost.
You walk up to the door. It's closed. What do you want to do?
He's probably going to just gently open the door and peek in.
Yeah, so you reach down and you roll a presence check.
Alright. Right, presence. What's my presence? I've got to grab my character sheet real quick.
Probably smart you have that.
Yeah. Hoping something horrible doesn't happen.
You'd have to do really bad to fail this, so...
Yeah.
It's a very low check.
I think that, 4 presents. Oh wait, no, that's Katya's. Yeah, 1 presence, that makes more sense. 13?
So, you reach down, you grab the knob, and you turn it slowly, and it swings inward. You hear a faint shuffling from inside.
He's gonna peer inside.
Roll a perception check.
Oh boy. Natural 20.
For just a minute, you see a silhouette in the window.
Again? Is it her, or is it...
With your nat 20, you see the silhouette and your heart begins to race, and you take a step forward, and the figure doesn't move. And you feel it looking at you. You know that it sees you, but it doesn't move. And as you begin to get more aware, your eyes adjusting more to the darkness, you see that the figure is leaning in through the open window. It has a hand outstretched towards Douglas's bed, and it is gently cradling something. You turn your head a bit and you peer into the bed, and it takes you a minute longer to recognize a small outline laying on Douglas's bed. The head is resting on what looks like a sweater. Very familiar sweater that's curled up, and Katya's fingers are curled knuckles white into this sweater. And the black dripping sludge of this hand is gently cradling Katya's cheek.
So it is her.
The figure looks at you, is staring at you somberly.
Think of how Pridwin would react. Because I mean, he knows who it is. He knows she's not a threat.
He thinks she's not a threat.
He thinks she's not a threat. He's just gonna say, is everything alright in here?
The figure stares at you a moment longer before her fingers begin to almost dissipate. The black sludge dripping and dripping more and more, the hand becoming less hand-like as the figure begins to dissolve in front of you.
That isn't exactly the answer I was hoping for, but was the one that I was expecting.
It doesn't say anything as it watches you until it completely fades, and you can see, now that it's gone, Katya looks more fitful. She's tense. Her fingers are even more white than they were. The knuckles cracked open and bleeding where she has beaten the shit out of this tree consistently. And the unhealed skin is just cracking open at the stress. Her face looks troubled.
Ridwin's going to come in and try and comfort her.
What do you do?
He's going to just, like, probably gonna do the same thing, like, I think he'll probably, like, sit down next to her on, like, out the side of the bed, and then, like, take her hand.
Do you have your gauntlet on, or did you take it off?
No, he definitely would take it off.
Yeah. So she... She is still fitful, but her fingers, as you kind of grab her hand, her fingers relax just a little bit. She doesn't seem to have woken up from this.
He's going to just, like, saying quietly, in a reassuring tone, "Everything's alright, Katya."
Is it you?
Yes, it's me.
She, still completely asleep, looks fitful. Even more so. You keep coming back, but then you keep leaving.
Not doing the best we can.
She looks upset by this answer, and then all of a sudden her face, it slacks. All of the tense muscles relax at once, and there's a purple glow that begins to emit from her eyes as she opens them slowly. Looks over at you knowingly.
Oh. It's you again.
You really think lying to her is a good idea?
I'm not trying to lie to her, I don't.
She needs to accept the reality that her parents may not come back. Would you continue to lie to her to try and protect her feelings?
No. No, I would not.
Hope is a dangerous thing. Maybe they will come back, and that's fine, and that would be good for her. Good for all of you. But I'm not the optimist I once was.
I understand. You need to be realistic.
Good luck, she says, and the purple begins to fade. The eyes close and Katya's face looks a bit more restful now.
he's just going to gently pat her, and he'll probably pull out his notebook, write down a note saying basically out doing errands. When I get back, planning on so out doing errands. I'll be back probably this afternoon. If you want, we can do shield training. And then he'll sign it, Pridwood. And then set it down. I'm assuming she's got like a nightstand next to her.
Yeah, each bed has a nightstand, but...
Yeah, he'll leave it on the nightstand.
You do so. She does not wake up.
And he will... Is the window open?
Yes.
He's going to close it.
Okay. You close the window and you latch it.
And then he's going to head out.
Let's see if... Oh yeah, no, you're good. Okay, so you head back out into the house. Nobody else is out. It's deathly quiet again.
Oh, good.
Yep. I was just seeing if any of your other people were waking up.
Yeah. As long as they're not pissed off that Pridwin's making noise.
You're being pretty quiet.
Would Pridwin know if it's too early to go to the death room?
There is not a time listed. You would not know. But you also know that from what you're familiar with, death doesn't sleep. Death doesn't have the same basic mortal needs that y'all do.
Yeah.
It's like she could sleep, but she doesn't, you think. She can eat, but you don't think she needs to eat normal human food, so...
Yeah.
It's feasible that there might be a response.
Yeah, so he's probably gonna head to the death room then.
You also know that you can call her from any glass, like a mirrored surface.
Oh, okay, then he's actually probably just going to head into the bathroom.
Yeah. You don't know if she'll answer, but you do know that, you can always, that's the thing, is that you can call the number and get a response through the mirrors.
Yeah. So yeah, Pridwin's probably going to, just go into the bathroom and, try and call through the bathroom mirror.
Roll me d20.
Alright. Whoop. 15?
Okay. The ripple effect begins to pulse along the mirror, which is very disconcerting to you. Because this is a normal bathroom mirror, and here it is rippling like the surface of water. All of a sudden, you see two eyes appear, hovering as you've seen before.
Hello, Lady Death?
I'm surprised you're awake.
Well, I've been having some difficulty sleeping.
It is to be expected after what you have seen.
Indeed, and also the wedding. I had some, concerns, that I would like to, well, a request that I'd like to put forth.
You hear muffled voices in the background. The eyes for just a moment flicker away from you.
If this isn't a good time, I could possibly contact you later.
They will manage.
Okay. My... So... My siblings, the two that haven't already joined the academy, have had an interest in joining.
Oh.
And... Well... Although Father would not permit them, I think it would be for the best.
Are you asking me to come between the academy and the Rhizostoma bloodline?
I understand it's... I'm concerned for their safety.
As am I. However, it took a lot for your father to be willing to send even you two here. Do you think he would be so willing to give up his only other two children? All alone in that big castle of yours?
Frankly, I think that he should also not remain at the castle. I mean, he is an excellent teacher. I think he would make a good fit at the academy, although I'm not entirely sure he would accept the offer.
Francesco is many things, Ferdwin. But someone who I could allow to be a faculty member, he is not. Your father has, how shall I put it, issue with the academy. Issues that have been long-standing.
I see.
Were I to even offer him a place, he would reject it.
Regardless, my concern still stands, and the castle may have been designed to resist witch attacks, but considering the current state of everything, and considering the fact that Lunalla's last known location was at that castle, I'm very concerned that it's in danger. And I do not believe that... Well, I do not believe an attack would be the only reason that we survived the reckoning was because Dante was too stubborn to die and kept everything distracted while everyone else hid, but my father is not a shield bearer, and considering everything, I don't think he would be in the state to defend the home.
Your siblings are talented, are they not?
Yes, very.
Were you to convince them to come of their own volition, despite your father's wishes, we would provide them sanctuary. However, I can do little to persuade your father or your siblings of such a feat. That is something that you and Minerva would best be suited for.
Of course. I can message them. As a matter of fact, I believe... I'm not sure exactly what time it is over there, but I might be able to message them right now.
What's the what?
I'm looking up the time.
How do time conversions go? I was doing the same thing.
It would be
7 hours?
Oh, yeah. So it would be about like 10.
It would be around 11.
Yeah, 11 a.m. So they'd definitely be up.
Yeah.
So Pridwin's going to pull out his PDA. Hold on. I'm gonna go into the. Actually, you know what? Since no one's here, I can just speak it. So he'll message into the group chat. Do you two want to join the academy? Question mark.
You're just gonna start with that? You're just gonna go right in? Okay,
Yeah.
so...
Pridwin's not very subtle.
I need to make some rolls real quick.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Okay, hold on.
What do you mean, oh no?
I didn't think this was gonna happen, so oh no.
What do you mean? Key, you can't just say shit like this.
I rolled for a certain set of events.
I swear to fucking Christ, Kira.
None of them rolled above a 5.
I swear to God, please. Kira. It's 10 in the morning. What the fuck happens at 10 in the morning? Also, this is a crowded city center. I swear to Christ. Kira, you do realize that if anything happens, Pridwin's immediately heading over there.
I'm sorry.
I swear to fuck.
Your PDA, you get no response. And you sit there and you wait for a couple minutes, and it's not... It's normal for Lorenzo to take a while. It's not normal for Sophia to not even read it.
That's odd. They don't normally take this long to respond.
You hear more voices coming from within the mirror. The eyes widen a bit.
What's going on?
You need to wake your sister.
She's already awake. I'll go get her. Pridwin's immediately going to just run to their room.
You run, leaving the eyes hovering in the background. The soft glow is still visible from beneath the doorway.
He's just going to like charge into the room like
It
quick
is
as possible.
unlocked, so when you shoulder bash it, it actually gives, and you see Minerva has a bunch of stuff spread out on her bed in front of her. Liam is sitting kind of behind her. She's leaned back against his shoulder, looking at something like decisively, trying to think about something. Liam is sipping his coffee, and he nearly spits it out when he sees you. He kind of sits up straight a little. Minerva goes, "Get out of here! You're not supposed to see any of this."
Minerva! Something's happened. It's Lorenzo and Sophia. Bathroom now.
Liam looks very confused when you say bathroom now. Minerva's already on her feet at this point when you say the twins' names.
Yeah, Pridwin
What
just
are you
immediately...
talking about? She says and starts following you out the door.
I don't know. She just said that I needed to go get you, and they're not responding, and...
Liam is now following you guys with concern.
Yeah, Pridwin's...
Minerva is typing on her PDA. She's put aside whatever she's doing on her PDA, and she's now typing frantically. Her own message is, Sophia? Lorenzo? What's going on? There's no response. Dad? She tries. On a separate message. No response. Of course, that's not surprising because as you look down as she's typing, she has tried to send messages to him and he has not responded to any of them since you have been there.
Yeah,
similarly, if you had tried to message him, it would have resulted the same.
Yeah. Yeah, Pridwin's just not... He's solely focused on getting everyone to the bathroom now. He's just, like, rushing back there.
Yeah, so you barge back in, and the eyes are... They're not looking at you, but they are still hovering. She has waited patiently for you.
What's going on?
There's a situation.
Situation?
I'm getting reports of some kind of natural disaster. On the coast. It's centered right where your family home is. The thing is, it wasn't there. It didn't follow a path. She's looking at you, like, intensely through the mirror. It just started.
Pridwin's fists are clenched. He's trembling.
Minerva does not look in much better condition beside you. She can't even speak. Liam's hand grips her shoulder tight. What do we need to do? Liam says. Angel's eyes flicker towards him, then back to you. I will make an exception. So long as you do not speak of this to anyone, are we clear?
I will do anything to make sure they're safe.
Go to the labyrinth. Go down into the room of cursed objects. They'll be waiting there for you. Be ready.
Of course. Pridwin is going to, like, just make sure... He's going to actually look back at the mirror and say, should I bring her, or would it be too dangerous?
I think she will be very upset with you if you don't. You don't have time to think about this. Move.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to head back to his room to wake up Lunala.
Roll me a 20.
Oh boy. Alright, 18?
So she is out. She moves a little, like, but she's so tired.
Yeah, the thing is, he's barged into the room and he's very loud and he's trying to shake her awake. If she doesn't wake up on, like, after, like, 2 seconds, he's going to immediately just pick her up and start carrying her.
God, so you just grab her. She starts to move a little, kind of in and out. She's definitely not, like, completely conscious, but, you know.
And immediately he's gonna start leading everyone to the labyrinth.
So so to be clear, it is you, Lunala, Minerva, and Liam.
I would get everyone else, but, like...
There's nobody else to get.
Yeah, there's nobody else to get, so
I'm just making sure you're not taking Cat.
Yeah, He's not taking Cat with him.
To be clear, you are leaving Cat unattended.
Fuck.
No, it's fine. You cannot take her. In fact, it would probably be smart not to take her. I'm just saying.
He's probably going to, like, bang on, like, Solon's door and say, Cat duty, and, like, yell out, Cat duty.
Solon would have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh,
actually, Solon would have a little bit of idea what you're talking about. However, Solon is not responding.
Fuck.
He is out.
Yeah. He's just gonna keep going. I mean, he did lock her window.
You blocked her window. That's fair enough. Okay. So you keep going.
Yep.
You start out on campus. It is quiet. It's a very quiet morning. The sun has not started to rise yet. You see shadows passing between the cabins. You get the sense by the way they're walking, not urgently, that there are people patrolling now, trying to keep you all safe. You don't recognize whoever it is. They were moving too fast.
Yeah, Pridwin's not taking any time. He's not slowing down. He's going as fast as he can to the labyrinth.
Alright, you get into the school. It's very quiet there, too. You make your way to the stairs, and you start down it. I need you to roll me a d20 for navigation.
Yep. Alright, 15.
You make your way through. You've only been to the cursed room, like, once, so you're starting to have a little trouble. However, you do find yourself passing through a familiar hallway with doors down each side.
Oh. This is where this is where,
Yes.
Viper's room is, right?
Yes. And you do remember which one was hers.
I mean, we're gonna need all the help we can get. Yeah, he's going to try and, like, knock on Viper's door.
It opens immediately. Draco looks out at you.
Draco, we have a family emergency.
Name. You say this, he is very clearly out. And you hear a soft voice from behind him say, "Who is it, Draco?" "It's, Pridwin." "Oh." Viper's face appears over her brother's shoulder.
The Italy, the family home's been attacked. We needed to go down here to get to the artifact room.
The artifact room. Draco's face looks surprised. Why?
That was what we were told to do.
By who? He says, Viper pushing him gently so that she can stand beside him. It doesn't matter. Look how upset he is, Draco.
Audio preview.
If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else.
Viper gestures to the room around her, like, really, dude?
Lady Death herself.
You know, that was exactly who I assumed told you this in the first place, to be fair, so... She doesn't look surprised at all. Well,
yeah,
you know, the cursed object room is actually that direction, she says, pointing towards the hallway in the direction opposite the way you came.
Oh, damn it, okay, there's no time to lose. Thank you. Pridwin's immediately going
Let me help you, Draco says, starting to follow you out the door.
Pridwin's going to nod at him.
Viper is watching you with a look of worry on her face. She almost has that, like, deer in the headlights look. Like she doesn't know if she should follow you or not.
Are you coming with us?
I can't. You know that she has been, for lack of a better word, hidden in this room for the better part
Yeah.
of like 6 months now.
Hmm.
She kind of has that dazed and desperate look, though. Like, to be fair, if you'd been locked in a room for 6 months.
Yeah. Fuck. Pridwin's gonna look over at Draco and say, special circumstances?
I'm not sure this is a good idea, he says worriedly.
Then you should probably stay here.
He sighs. Viper, sit. She frowns at him. He starts leading you down the hallway. In the correct direction this time. It only takes you a few more minutes, but all of you arrive at the, into this massive warehouse that doesn't even look like it should be able to fit in, where you are.
Yeah.
Huge high ceilings, just what looks like hundreds of items in different types of cases and barriers. Magic seals and tape all over them. And for just a minute, you get this reminder, this image coming to your mind of a sack made out of skin, hovering in darkness.
Pridwin's just gonna shake that off.
You shake it off. You hear from behind you. There better be a good reason for you bringing me down here at such a time. But it's not angry, it's playful. And you turn your head, as well as Minerva and Liam on edge turning quickly, and you see the headmaster, Gregory Vale, coming toward you.
Gregory, it's...
His usual, sweater vest is gone. He appears to be in, the most the most proper-looking set of pajamas you have ever seen in your life. Absolutely pristine, striped silk pajamas.
Is he wearing
He's got,
a nightcap?
the mustache guard on and everything.
Oh my god. Pridwin's too distracted to even notice.
Lena, the secretary, is actually with him. She, too, is in pajamas.
There's an emergency.
Yes, I am aware, he says, gently patting your shoulder. And it's a very comforting touch, which is strange coming from a man in silk pajamas, but he proceeds past you and begins walking with purpose through this room. Zigzagging through the different cursed objects, you feel watched as you pass through here. And for just a minute, you catch a glimpse of the room where, nightmares happened, where Amaishi had been taken over. And you see somebody that you don't recognize sitting. And it looks like they're wearing the crown.
There's somebody wearing the crown.
It's not important, Vale says, continuing. He is leading you. There's another room that looks like the containment room that they had the crown in. This one's bigger. And as there's the girl from before whose name I'm suddenly forgetting. Fuck me, what is her name? Jesus Christ, what is her name? I'm gonna go.
The one who had the mask?
The one who... Moira, that's her name.
Moira.
The Keeper. So, the Keeper is there, waiting on you all by this doorway. She meets you guys coming from seemingly, the shadows of nowhere. And as Gregory Vale approaches, she bows slightly with one arm across her chest and says, "Vale, sir." And with her other hand, that golden glow is around her fingers, and she is breaking the seal on this room. All of a sudden, the doors swing inward, and she gestures in with a very formal bow. Vale proceeds to pass through this barrier and into a very brightly lit room. In the center of this room, there is an object that is covered in what looks like a velvet cloth.
Erdwin's just following closely behind. He's only got, like, he's full one-track mind right now.
Fair. This is gonna be cool, okay? Just
Oh boy.
trust me. So Vale walks in and he waits. He stops in front of this velvet clothed item and waits for all of you to gather.
What is this?
Moira, seal it. And she begins to. Hold on, I was looking for... because I don't think I ever got a picture of him.
Oh. Bless you.
Thanks. Okay, I can't find a picture. Had I had more time to find a picture, I would have, but don't worry about it. So, he waits for you guys to get in. Moira comes into the room with you, and the doors close behind you. Well, before they close, Draco is standing there on the outside, and he's giving you this worried look.
Erdwin's going to look back and just give him a nod,
He doesn't want to leave you. But also, he is Meisterless.
Yeah.
You're just nodding at him.
We're going to be okay.
He frowns and stands there. And after a moment, Moira closes the seal behind her and the doors close. Vale looks at all of you in this room standing together and he says, I know that you're aware of the existence of this object. I have heard from several professors about it. Now, I have been told specifically to grant you access to this. Do not for a moment think that this comes without a cost. He grabs the cloth gently and pulls it away. You've seen like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is like that moment when she grabs that and pulls it down and it's a wardrobe, except it's not. It is a massive, beautiful, ancient-looking mirror.
What is the price?
Don't worry about it for now. Just know this is not something that we can do easily. Slowly he reaches up and grabs at something around his neck. Would you like to look at this mirror? Examine this mirror at all? As a player.
Yeah?
Roll me d20.
Oh boy. Ooh, 19.
Okay, so you take a step forward as he is working at whatever he has that's kind of stuck on his pajamas are very like buttoned up tight and he's struggling to get whatever it is out. So he is focused on that and you step towards it and you realize you have no reflection. There is nothing. And as you're looking at this lack of a reflection and this dark, almost void-like surface of this mirror, it reminds you of something. It reminds you of the mirror in the death room.
Oh, right, I
The
remember.
surface looks almost exactly like the mirror in the death room.
Yeah, I remember something about that.
You're noticing that unlike the mirror in the death room, the craftsmanship of the frame of this mirror is ridiculous. It is like interwoven metal that almost looks like the veins of a human body, but it's beautiful artistry. It moves up towards the top into these big curling points that are almost reminiscent of horns. Do you remember anything from a certain investigative quest you had a while back about this object? I am curious.
Hang on, I don't think we... Oh, right, weren't... So... If I recall correctly, the demons wanted this mirror because if they had Soma and his siblings, they could use it to open up a gate to hell?
Possibly that was the theory. Yes, that is
Yeah.
one of the things you have learned.
I believe, wasn't, Werewolf Man, the infiltrator, also looking for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is where you got the other big hint about that mirror.
Trying to remember. It's able to transport people, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Wait,
go ahead.
is it able to pull people through it, or is it able to send people to a location?
You are not sure.
Hmm.
I mean, you've never seen this mirror before. You may have heard, like, rumors, vaguely, in your studies of cursed objects, about
something
this mirror.
something magic mirror.
Something
Probably not much else.
crazy magic mirror that everybody wants to get their hands on. Yes, that's basically the gist of it.
Yeah.
Vale has pulled something from around his neck, and he is now holding what looks to be a key in his hand. And as you look at the surface of this key is very large. And he's looking down at it, and you swear you see movement in the metal. And then a set of eyes forms.
Oh, what the fuck?
These deep green eyes. Vale smiles tiredly. What do you say, Curtis? Once more into the void. There's this ancient sounding laugh that emits from the key. And Vale begins to walk toward the mirror, and as he begins to lift the key toward it, you see that inky black void that looks like glass. It forms a keyhole in the very center of it. He pauses, looking over his shoulder at you. What are the coordinates?
Rhizostoma Castle, Napoli, Italy.
So you, knowing vaguely between you and Minerva, you guys managed to figure out what the actual coordinates are. You tell him this.
Yeah.
And, he looks down at the key and he says these, and you hear a murmur from the key that you don't quite understand. Vale looks sad for a moment as he places the key into the keyhole and turns it slowly. And the black void comes alive with this magical glow. It's almost like a glow of candlelight, but it's darkness that seems to be emitting from that void itself until an image begins to form. the black kind of fading outward to the edges as you begin to see what looks to be a torrential downpour. It looks like there's smoke and fire in the background.
Oh boy.
Vale turns to you and he says, "This is as close as I can get you."
Ridwin takes a deep breath and he says, "Thank you."
Call her when you're done. And
Of
I will
course.
do what I can.
Of course. Can Pridwin make sure that Lunala's awake?
She is just starting to wake up now.
Lunala?
What?
Lunala? There's been an emergency. My siblings are in danger.
Her face goes through several emotions at once, from confusion to worry to anger. You see that almost cat-like shape begin to form in just the hints of her eyes.
We're going to get them out.
Right.
need
And
to be careful.
she kind of gets to her feet beside you. She is thankful that she slept in her clothes last night.
Yeah.
Liam is gripping Minerva's arm comfortingly beside you guys. Behind them, Moira she has her hands lifted in front of her, and that golden arch is around her fingers and moving up her arms. Her eyes are glowing the same color, and it looks like a golden seal has formed entirely around the room.
All right. Just step through the mirror.
Vale nods.
Pridwin's gonna look over to Minerva, and then he's going to start walking to the mirror.
Minerva takes a deep breath from beside you, places her helmet on, and follows. Liam close behind her. The four of you step through the mirror and into an absolute storm. You are instantly buffeted sideways by a burst of wind. The water begins to pelt onto your armor in this cacophony of sounds. It sounds like hail to you. These are not the normal raindrops. These are those angry, small, needle-like impacts that hurt when they hit.
Pridwin's gonna call out, "We won't be able to win a fight with the witch. We need to be careful."
I feel like
there's
maybe
any-
this was a bad idea, just the four of us, Lunala says, coming up beside you.
Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time.
Minerva and Liam step out, and you guys turn to look, and you stepped out of nothing. There's just trees behind you. You seem to be right on the edge of town, on the far side of the castle. And as you're looking at this town, there is smoke rising from multiple locations.
If they would be anywhere, it would be underneath the castle.
Right, Lunala says.
Pridwin's gonna start heading towards the castle.
Behind you, there's this flash for a moment, and Minerva is holding Liam's weapon form. She looks very anxious. She's looking around at the city that you two grew up in, and it's just... it's a mess. Clearly it looks like something has happened here. And as you guys start running through the streets, trying to take the fastest route to the castle, you can see there are impacts in the side of buildings. There are occasionally bodies scattered. There are fires overtaking homes. And all the while, this horrendous wind and rain and crashes of lightning surround you. What happened? Minerva says from behind you.
I don't know. I think they came looking for Lunala.
Please don't tell me this is my fault, she says from beside you.
Of course it isn't.
She looks like she
No one...
wants to believe you, but...
It's no one's fault but theirs. That they would bring such devastation over this.
Hey! You hear from somewhere to your right.
Erdwin's gonna look over.
You don't see anyone. At first, you don't see anyone. And then as you start towards the voice and you're looking around, you begin to make out what looks to be a figure kind of huddled underneath like an overhang of a building tucked behind some barrels, and they're peeking out at you almost like you're crazy. This figure is staring at you.
Oh.
If it'll load. You gonna be nice? Be nice, you piece of shit!
I, don't think that it's in image form.
He's so angry.
God.
Hold on. God damn it. God's name? What format is that? JFIF?
The Jafif.
What am I looking at here? What is happening?
What's wrong? Never seen a Jafif file before?
Does this work? Okay, so this figure is peering out at you.
We're trying to get to the castle.
Why? Are you crazy?
My family is in there.
Wait a minute. They adjust their glasses and peer closer at you. Pridwin, right? You're
Yes.
Lorenzo's older brother. Maybe
Yes.
you know what's going on. This person seems to know you. You, however, have never seen
Yeah.
this person before. Ever.
I believe it's a witch attack.
I had hoped that wouldn't be the case.
I'm very sorry, but I don't recognize you.
Oh. It's alright. My name's Avery. They extend their hand to you. As, they do, they've kind of emerged from the shadows a little bit, and you get a good look at what looks to be almost parishioners' clothes. This looks like some sort of holy person, but you don't recognize of what.
Yeah,
And you also are getting the sense that you can't tell if this is a guy or a girl, just by what is being presented to you.
Yeah, Pridwin's kinda got his head tilted, but he'll take their hand and, say, we need to get over there as fast as possible.
I've been trying to make my way there, but I've kept running into people that I needed to help first.
Well, we're making our way there. Perhaps we could assist each other.
I know you, Minerva says, coming up beside you and squinting, her helmet kind of tilting to the side. Why do I know you? It's not important, the person says carefully, and looks around kind of desperately. I think most of the action has been happening on the other side of the city in the last hour, so if we're gonna move, we should probably do it now.
Yes, I believe that would be a good idea.
Avery tucks around the corner all of a sudden and is moving rapidly. Without warning.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to just try his best to follow. Can I do like an insight?
Go ahead.
Just to be sure that this person isn't like malicious. 19.
Okay. So you are trying to do an insight check on this person. They have this almost holy glow around them. And as with that insight check, you notice something as they're running. The left arm of this person's cloak, like their sleeve has been torn up toward their elbow, and you see a watch on this person's wrist. And you recognize the watch.
Oh?
It's Lorenzo's watch. And it's not just any watch. This is an expensive-ass watch. This is the first thing that Lorenzo ever bought for himself with the money he earned from taking jobs.
Huh. Pridwin's very confused now. He's trying his best to keep up, and he's gonna call out, "How did you get his watch?"
They call back, looking at you over their shoulder.
That, Pridwin points towards them, that's Lorenzo's.
I knew it, Minerva says from behind you, pointing the weapon form at them.
I'm not piecing this together.
Like he would ever tell his big brother, Minerva says. Avery kind of looks at you and smiles sheepishly.
Oh, so he did fall in love with someone.
Avery kind of just kind of tucks his head into his shoulders a little bit and starts like moving faster to get away from you almost.
Damn, to think I could have been teasing him all this time.
Why do you think he didn't tell you? Avery calls back.
Fair enough.
So you guys, you're making your way through the city, and it's bad. At one point, you turn a corner, and there is a house that appears to be freshly alit with flames. It is just now beginning to burn, and you hear the sounds of crying coming from inside. Avery has stopped.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to stop also. How bad is this fire so far?
It looks like it just started, maybe from a lightning strike or maybe from somebody starting it. It started at the front. The crying appears to be coming from the back.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to immediately try and spray it, douse it with water.
Or me d20.
Alright. Ooh, 18?
Okay, so you start spraying it, and before you even, tame the flames that much, Avery pulls the edge of their cloak over their shoulder and their face and darts into the flames and disappears inside of this burning house.
Oh boy. Yeah, Pridwin's just focused on trying to get this fire down.
So as you watch, you see a shadow moving from one of the upstairs windows, and then all of a sudden somebody bursts out of it. In the span of maybe 3 minutes, a figure comes soaring out of the window, lands beside you, skidding. Avery drops the holy cloak slowly and sets a child down on the ground in front of you. They have smudge marks all over their face, and they're coughing roughly.
Is the fire under control?
Sort of. It's getting there.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to call over to Minerva. Minerva, can you take care of this?
She
I'm going to help the
steps up
child.
beside you. Lunala has already crouched down in front of the child and has cupped the cheek and is kind of looking at the burn marks along this child's arm and their face.
Yeah, Pridwin, Minerva has water powers, right?
Yes. She has
Yeah,
water, but not electric.
Yeah. So when she, like, takes over on fire control, Pridwin's immediately gonna go into medic mode.
You drop down beside Lunala, and you notice that Avery's already gone again.
Yeah. Can I just use a regular old doctor's bag check to try and treat this?
Well, so you may not even need a doctor's bag, because, like, it's mostly smudge, a hint of burns, but they're not too bad yet. It's really the smoke inhalation that was the worst of it for this kid.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to basically, like, give this kid break out the solo cup, give him some water to drink, and then, like, work on basically cleaning off the burns.
As you're doing this, you hear more coughing, and coming out the door, shielded by this cloak again, is Avery and a woman, an older woman, maybe in her 40s, and Avery is supporting them and pulls them out and sets them down and says, I think they were the only ones.
Alright, Pridwin's going to do the same for the woman, and then, say to them, please, get to safety.
The woman is thanking you profusely in Italian. And picks up the child and cradles the child close to her chest and looks around nervously and then darts into the shadows of another house that is not on fire.
Yeah. The moment that they're gone, he's going to get ready to start heading towards the castle again.
Avery's already moving, calling back to you. It started on the south side of the city. I think they were trying to draw your family out.
Damn. That means that they're most likely... That means that they most likely made it to the tunnels, at least. Father likely would have sent them down there before he went out to deal with it.
I'm not so sure. I haven't seen Francesco at all. Nor Sophia or Lorenzo.
What?
It's not like your family to not come investigate. I've been handling things as best I can with some of the other townsfolk, but they were too strong for us.
So, then, where do you think they are?
My guess. I don't think they made it out of the castle.
I'm just hoping they're safe.
Avery gives you this kind of hopeful look, that kind of pastor to their flock kind of look, where they're trying to be comforting because that's their job. But you can see that they are also hiding their own worry. That is very hard to see.
The castle was built to withstand this. They should at least have a chance.
You start running and you find yourself on that long road that leads up to the castle. And as you get closer, you see fire. It's much worse. And it seems that this fire's been burning longer than the fire in town. Minerva, as you guys start to near the front gate, she just kind of stops. Because as you get to the gate, you see bodies. Maybe a dozen. Many of them appear to have burn marks. Much like what happened to Katya when your father touched her.
Oh.
don't recognize any of the people outside of this gate. Some of them are wearing masks and armor. All of them are dead. Avery, nudging one with her foot, carefully says, "Well, it appears he survived this fight at least."
Not the first time that a witch has tried sieging the castle with servants.
The fire doesn't bode well. You hear Liam say from the blade.
No, it doesn't. Pridwin's immediately going to try and, like, basically carve a path into the fire.
Yeah, so it's not like the gate has been broken and burned open enough that you're not like walking through an inferno. Like it's a path that you can take, and you start along this path of bodies and ash, and you make it into your home.
Oh boy.
You hear the crackling of flames kind of around you, but you're not like I said, it's not like you're walking into it.
Yeah, not immediately, like, yeah. The place is burning, but it's not like to the point where you
in
can't
different
go inside.
spots. Yeah, in different spots it is.
So, first and foremost, Pridwin's going to be trying to head towards the twins' rooms, just in case.
You head toward the hallway that has all of you kids' bedrooms in it. And you hear a soft... Actually, roll me a d20.
Oh boy.
Let's see how quiet they're being.
Oh, thank God, natural 20.
Oh my god, I also rolled a natural 20, but good enough for
Holy
you. The other one did not roll above 10. So, there is... You swear to God you hear a sound, and you stop. Because you're looking around and you don't see anyone. At all. And as you take another step, Lunala grabs your arm. Hard. And she's looking around, and she slowly brings a finger up to her lips. And you hear it too. It sounds like footsteps. Heavy footsteps. And beyond them, the softest whimper. It is coming from your bedroom.
The footsteps?
Both.
And the whimper? Oh, fuck. Pridwin's gonna be real quiet as he heads towards that room.
Roll me a presence check.
Oh boy. Ooh. 13?
Hold up.
Oh boy.
Okay,
Oh?
so that was a match, pass, fail. Interesting.
Oh
Okay,
boy.
so, your sister is following behind you. It is Avery, actually, who steps down, not knowing the house like you and Minerva do. Avery steps down and hits a floorboard. In fact, the floorboard. The floorboard that you and Minerva knew very well never to touch when you were sneaking back into the castle.
God.
That floorboard. Avery hits it. Avery didn't know. It looks like every other floorboard. And the footsteps stop immediately.
Pridwin, under his breath, that one final betrayal. I am going to kill that floorboard when this is over.
If the fire doesn't get it first, Avery says, turning her head towards your room. A figure
Oh boy.
becomes visible from around the corner of the doorway. There is a large man in armor.
Oh
His
boy.
face is concealed with this blue mask, almost wave-like in appearance, kind of swirled. And he looks at you, he looks at Avery, he looks at Minerva, and he slowly brings this enormous war axe over his shoulder and slaps it into both hands. I need you to roll initiative for me.
Oh boy. 18?
Where'd my pen go? There it is. Okay, you had an 18 with Lunala. Min had a 12. He had an 8. And this guy rolled a fucking nat 1.
Oh boy. He was not prepared.
He was not prepared. This poor motherfucker. So yeah, you guys, you and Lunala are going first. What would you like to do?
Oh boy, yeah, Pridwin immediately transforming. Do I recognize the, like, regalia he's wearing? Like,
You do not. However, Lunala does.
Oh.
That's all I'm gonna tell you, because she is staring at this man.
Pridwin is, transforms. And, immediately going to go for the attack.
Okay, roll hit.
Whoop. 19?
It's gonna hit.
Oh
damage.
boy. It's D20 plus strength, right?
Yeah.
Combined. Okay. Woo. Alright.
Yeah, and it's the
18
strength of you
before
and
modifiers.
Lunala.
Yeah, and then we both have a total of 19. Hold on, let me grab the calculator.
I'd also like you to tell me how you're going to hit this person.
Yeah, immediately, just like Pridwin's going to tell her, just go for the neck.
Okay. Good, she's going to. This guy kind of throws his axe up to deflect, and you don't get a decapitation, but you do manage to slice deep into his shoulder with the way that he moves to kind of block this hit, and you do some pretty decent damage to him.
37 points.
Yep. Minerva is going next, and she is going to spin Liam in her hands. She does not look okay. She, even, like, you don't see her face with the mask on, but her body language, she is upset. She is very upset. And, she is gonna go in for an attack, so let's see what happens there.
And you think one angry Rhizostoma is bad?
She's gonna fucking hit, so let's do this. So, 11 points. So she, almost immediately after you swing, is gonna dart to the side and then move in and jab at his rib cage. He's gonna shift sideways, and she is going to cut into his arm and do not too much damage to him, but he is kind of irritated. Behind you, you see this amber-like glow, as Avery has pulled their hands together in front of them and has closed their eyes, and that glow has begun to form around them, and you feel this warmth move over your body. You now have a temporary 50 hit point shield.
Oh shit. Me and Lunala?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
It is this guy's turn, so he is going to make a move on you because you are in front of him. Roll me a d20 to dodge. Unless you fuck this up, there, it's not gonna hit you.
So, natural 20 again.
Oh my god, yeah, he rolled a 2. So, what would you, I'm gonna let you parry this, what would you like to do?
Yeah, basically just, like, as this guy brings down this massive axe, Lunala's, like, standing on top of the axe.
Yeah.
Like, and then runs up the haft, and then it just immediately goes for an uppercut.
With
With the wrist blade.
yeah, okay. I'm not even gonna make you roll to hit because what happened was Minerva
Oh, boy.
also rolled a d20. So
Oh, boy.
here's what happens. Exactly
Mhm.
that. Downswing on top of the axe, runs up the axe, and shifts to go drive this blade straight into the guy's neck, right? He puts his head back to avoid it, and you clip the bottom of his chin and up his nose, like slicing the side of his face open. And then all of the sudden, you, as Lunala is kind of standing there, you look down, and there is a blade protruding from this man's chest. It didn't hit her, thank God, because she critted. But
Oh, boy.
this guy kind of looks at you wide-eyed, looks down at it, and then staggers for a moment as Minerva rips Liam out of his body and he falls to his knees. He looks up at you slowly through the mask, kind of in disbelief at what has just happened.
Fridwin is going to transform back and, like, lean up to his face and say, "Did you really think you would be able to fuck with a Rhizostoma and live?"
You can't see it through the mask, but he is smiling coyly at you, and you hear a haggard voice, kind of wet with this liquid pouring into his lungs, say, "I don't know. Did pretty good with half of you, I'd say."
Fridwin's going to just grab him by the neck and say, "Well, the other half will make sure that there are none of you left." And then immediately the wrist blade extends.
Yep. You were holding a lifeless corpse in a matter of seconds.
Just immediately shoves it off.
Avery's eyes open. They look down at the body in front of you, and there's this flash on their face like they're supposed to feel remorse. They don't. And as you're staring down, you see Minerva's head snaps up, and she looks around again.
Fridwin's heading for his room.
You walk into your room. It's a mess. Somebody has been rooting through your things, for sure. It appears that... Actually, roll me a perception check. Let's see what you see.
Oh boy. Damn, 18.
Okay. You, like, your bed is turned on its side. Or, not your bed, your mattress is, like, flipped onto its side. And people have been, like, looking for something in here. And, as you're kind of looking at just the devastation of your room, you catch movement out of the corner of your eye. Coming from your closet.
He's going to look over and he's going to say, "Is it one of you?"
You hear a soft whimper again.
It's me, it's Fridwin."
Very slowly, you see a paw emerge from your closet. Like a large head pokes out and looks at you. And the same dog that you saw from before steps out, limps out, hugging one paw up close to its chest. It has been cut through the forearm and through the shoulder joint of this paw. It appears that the dog has marks all along its face. One of its front canines is missing. It has been in a fight. And its muzzle is covered in blood. It whimpers again.
Poor thing. Fridwin's going to rush over to it and he's going to immediately give it healing water.
You crouch, so here's what happens. You rush towards it, and it kind of bares its teeth at you, almost not recognizing you. And takes a step back toward the closet defensively.
Fridwin holds out his hands and he's going to lift his helmet up. "It's me again."
The dog growls, and then its face lightens just a little as it looks back toward the closet.
But are they okay?
The dog whimpers, turns back to the closet.
Let me help them. Redwin's going to head towards the closet slowly this time.
The dog is watching you kind of warily as you do, but it doesn't lunge at you this time. You
And he's gonna...
put your hand on the closet door. You begin to slide it open and you see a pool of blood. There's a body laying on the floor of your closet.
Lorenzo? Sophia?
It is Sophia.
Oh no. Pridwin is immediately going to try and, like, make sure she's, like, alive still.
Sophia is not wearing armor. It appears that whenever she was injured, she was caught off guard. There is, what you can see immediately, a weapon protruding from her torso. Still there. She also has cuts along her face and her neck and her forearms.
Sophia.
She's not responding to you.
He's going to try and get her to drink the water.
She's not taking it. She's not moving.
Oh no. Lunala.
Lunala is beside you. She looks frozen. Minerva's not faring better. Minerva has dropped Leah and is standing there stuck in place.
Can I make a medicine check
Roll me d20. See what you see.
with advantage?
Sure.
16.
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to see if she's still alive or close enough to alive that I could heal her.
You put your hand on the side of her face and her neck, and it's cold. You're not getting a response from the touch. The dog
No
beside you whimpers and moves and nudges at Sophia's hand, and there's no response.
So with that, I can confirm she's gone.
Yeah. From what you can tell, Sophia is not alive.
Why the fuck did you have to do this to me before I could level up my charisma?
I rolled for
Like a single roll.
it. It wasn't a single roll. I've been making rolls for this
Fucking
since you
God.
brought Lunala out of the caves.
I'm
This
so
had a
mad.
potential to happen at any point since you've done that.
I am so mad. What would I have to do, Kira?
What?
To use defibrillation.
How much do
What
you
would I have to do?
How much do you need?
So, the charisma that I need, I have with Lunala. Let's see. With Lunala, I have 9. I need 12, so 10, 11. I need 3 points. 3 points, Kira.
You hear a soft thud from beside you as Avery is dropped to their knees. Their hands are clasped, their eyes closed, and that glow has returned. And for just a moment, you feel sparks moving along your fingers.
He's going to place his hands on her and So, hold on. I'm assuming this is gonna take the cost of,
Yes.
yeah. Alright. Okay, so 18, double 18s.
Oh my god. Your hands shaking, you lean into this electrical touch. Because you haven't used defibrillation before, have you?
The only time that I kind of used it was for reviving Lunala, and that was more so Ein than me.
So you tried to assist Ein. So what's happening in your brain right now is that you saw what Ein did, and you're thinking to yourself, if I could just get my spark to do that like an AED, maybe I could do it. And you are clutching Sophia in your hands, and there is this almost visceral burst of energy that shoots up your arms and through your hands and rocks Sophia's body. There's not a response at first.
Come on. Please, I can't lose you.
Her body kind of jolts a little, and you hear this sort of ragged breath come out of her lips, and immediately blood begins to surge out of her from the wound.
Pridwin's going to immediately start trying to heal her.
What are you doing?
So...
Because it's all she can do to even keep breathing.
I'm gonna have to take a gamble here.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Key, if I can't administer my healing water, and it's sounding like that's not gonna be an option, I'm going to have to take a gamble.
Do you want to maybe, like, try and remove the weapon out of her?
Here's the thing, that's...
Ill-advised. For anyone who is not a doctor.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to do that.
I need you to roll me a d20.
Oh boy.
There's gonna be a lot of rolls in the next bit of gameplay here, so...
My god, a natural 20?
Jesus Christ, Liam. So you, Lunala crouching beside you, you two look at each other and nod, and you move, you pull the sword out, and immediately Lunala shoves her hand into the wound and grips at the, what is it, why is my brain not thinking of the word?
Artery?
That's the word. That is, she clips it, with her fingers and catches it so that it stops. So she's holding it, but she can't do much else.
Yeah.
She's looking up at you, trying not to look stressed because she knows that you don't need that on top of what you're feeling.
Yeah, so now can I try to administer healing water?
You can try.
Alright. Just so that the dying part, the possibly accidentally frying my dead sister part doesn't happen. What would that be?
I am gonna roll to see if she'll even take it.
Yeah.
Oh god. Your sister's not rolling well.
I swear to... Can I fucking force it?
Yeah? You can try.
Because I'm gonna fucking force it if she's not taking it.
Yeah?
Because this isn't regular water. 17?
Yeah. Frustrated, you grab her jaw and kind of force the hinge of her jaw open and literally force it down her throat. She is immediately, like, coughing. Not even hard coughing, like, just sputtering, trying to get air at this point.
I am very sorry. That'll give her... Oh god, what was it again? That'll give her 20 hit points.
Yeah, healing water gives 20 hit points. So, she... I want to tell you 20 hit points is gonna help, but she almost looks to be in the same condition.
What the fuck do you mean in the same condition?
You notice that Lunala has let go of the artery, and the artery's not spewing blood. What I mean is that superficial, like, all of the cuts on her arms, face, everywhere have not healed. But the artery itself looks like it has healed. It looks like all of your hit points have gone into the torso wound itself.
So is she stabilized, or is she still at risk of succumbing to her wounds?
It looks like she is still at risk, but less so than she was a second ago. Like, she was like, you shocked her back to life and it wasn't going to be for much. But now she looks like there's actually a chance.
Hold on, what was the other person's name again?
Avery.
Hold on, let me write that down real quick.
I wrote it on in your chat log too.
Thank you. Okay. Avery, do you think you could stabilize her?
Avery appears to have been praying this whole time. And at first they don't even notice that you spoke to them. And then
Avery,
as you say something again, their eyes open a bit.
I've got her in... She's alive, but do you think you could stabilize her?
I'm not really a healer.
Pridwin's gonna take out the doctor's bag, and he's going to try and do this the old-fashioned way.
You take your doctor's bag out and you try to do this the old-fashioned way.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me d20.
Whoop. 18?
So what exactly are you trying to do about this?
I'm assuming most of these wounds, it's now down to, like, blood loss.
Yeah.
And,
Thanks
so
to
basically...
Lunala and your quick thinking, it's down to blood loss, but it's not the artery this time, so...
Yeah, so it's literally just all of the cuts and, like, stabs that she has.
And the fact that she has lost so much blood.
Yeah. So he's currently going through the process of, stitching up the wounds, and he's going to look over and he's going to say, "What are your blood types?"
What? Minerva looks at you and says, I should be the same.
Alright, I think we can do... she's lost too much blood. If we do a blood transfusion, I've sealed up the wounds.
That's going to leave her weak, Liam says anxiously. If you weaken Minerva too much, she won't be able to fight with you. I'm sorry, I know how much your sister means to you. I don't want anything to happen to her, he says, kind of gripping Minerva's shoulder again.
The water should be enough. I'm just trying to conserve resources, but the water would be a better idea. Pridwin's going to try and give more water.
You attempt to give water again. This time, she, it's almost like on feeling the water, her body has reacted to not drowning better this time, but she's not conscious. And for
Yeah.
just a minute, once again, all the other wounds aren't healing. It looks like all of the healing is going into that stomach wound. But it looks better now. And it looks like the skin and muscle is beginning to reform where it's supposed to.
Yeah, because it accelerates the healing rate of the body, so hopefully that also means she's producing blood again.
A little bit, yeah.
Am I comfortable in saying that she's stabilized enough to be able to get out of here?
You could make that assumption.
Okay.
However, you're not sure she can move herself.
She's stabilized. We're going to need to get her out of here.
Don't look at me, Liam says, gesturing. I'm not leaving your side.
I can
Minerva
carry
looks
her.
anxious.
I can carry her, but we need to find a safe place to keep her while we look for the others.
Behind you, the dog is whimpering again. He kind of moves his massive nose down and nudges at her hand, and the fingers begin to twitch.
She's going to be okay.
I can't remember for the life of me what we named the fucking dog.
Yeah, because Scudo was the name of the old dog.
I know Scudo was the old dog. I'm trying to remember.
Did I write it down? Let's see.
It was in Homecoming, so it would be over here, I think. Shit. Oh my god, where did I put this dog's name? Damn, this is crazy. And you don't remember what it was?
I really can't remember. I swear I should have written it down.
It was something goofy, I remember.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Looking through my items,
Winnie. It was Winnie.
Winnie, that was it. I'm gonna need to write that down now because I apparently fucking forgot last time. Alright.
Yeah, it's a big old brown Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Big ol' floof.
Big ol' floof. He's going to look over to Winnie and say, "Winnie, where's Lorenzo?"
Winnie whines and tilts its head at you, and then looks down at Sophia. His tail loosely thumps on the ground when her fingers curl again. Avery is trying not to look like impatient beside you, but is worried.
Winnie?
The dog looks at you.
He's going to point and say, "Stay."
The dog sits immediately, its tail thumping loudly on the ground.
And he's going to put a finger up to his mouth.
The thumping stops.
We're going to have to find him. I think for now we're going to just have to leave her here.
Are you sure that's a good idea? Liam says from behind you. I mean,
Don't know
there's
what-
still people roaming this castle.
I mean, I guess if we could get her down to the safe room, but I'm concerned about trying to carry her anywhere with
You
Vin
guys
still
have a
out there.
safe room? Why aren't they in it? Liam says unsurely.
I don't know. They should have been. If I were to guess, they were caught by surprise.
That's what it appears to be, Avery says from beside you.
I don't know where Lorenzo is. If these two are inseparable. If she's not in there, then he wouldn't be either. So he must be out here somewhere.
Minerva turns for the door and just starts walking.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to get up and say, "Look, I don't think that we can... I don't think there's anywhere we can take her, at least now, until we know that the castle's safe."
So we leave her here? Lunala says from beside you.
I suppose we could take her with us, but I don't... One of us would have to carry her, and I don't want her getting hurt again in this condition.
Right. Well, can we at least, barricade the door or something?
Yes, that...
I've got it, Avery says, and as you guys have, stopped outside of the room, and Avery kind of raises a hand, and you see that amber glow, and for just a moment, the door to your bedroom closes. It appears to be glowing too. And then there's a thud from behind the door. Avery says, "I've moved the bed against it. Should be harder for them to open now, if anybody comes through here." Inside, you hear whining from Winnie.
All right. Hopefully, we can draw all of their attention towards us.
Right, Minerva says. She's already walking.
Yeah, Pridwin's walking now, too.
She's made a quick check into both, into Sophia and Lorenzo's room, and it is empty.
Yeah. I'm assuming Minerva's also...
Yeah, she
her
stops
room's...
in her doorway, and it appears one of the fires has been in her room. She's kind of just hovering there for a moment. There's a lot of damage to Minerva's room.
Pridwin's going to try to put out the fire quickly.
As you come up beside her to attempt to do something, she just turns away from it and starts walking again. You can tell by her body language that she is hurt, but she doesn't seem to care.
Yeah. We got more pressing matters, so Pridwin's just gonna follow again.
Yeah, so where are you going next?
I'm trying to think of where Lorenzo would have gone. Because I'm assuming that none of them got to the tunnels. Because I know sure as hell that if one of them isn't down there, then the other one definitely isn't.
That's a fair, safe assumption, I would say.
Yeah. So he's probably going to try to check, or so we've already checked this entire wing of the building, basically.
You have
like
checked all of the
rooms.
bedrooms. There's,
Yeah.
You found what you found.
Pridwin's probably going to try heading to the main courtyard. The gardens.
The gardens? Okay.
Yeah.
So, you run out into the gardens, and this is probably the least damaged area, but the most storm buffeted. You are back
Yeah.
out into the torrential storm. Roll me a perception check. Let's see what you can see.
Let's see what I can see. 15!
It's not what you see. It's what you hear. The clanging of metal. There's a fight happening somewhere nearby.
Combat. Pridwin's going to start heading towards it.
You rapidly start moving, and so does Minerva. She's already holding Liam in her hands again, and Lunala is rushing beside you. And you come around the corner, kind of near the body of water that Liam and Minerva were in together. And just in front of it, you almost, in fact, you step down on a body. There are about 7 bodies littering the grass of this area, dead. And there is a fight happening near the edge of the water between another masked figure. This one a little smaller than the last guy that you guys just fought. And what looks like Lorenzo.
Pridwin's immediately going to he's going to call out, Lorenzo!
Lorenzo's head snaps to the side. Yeah, Lorenzo's head snaps to the side at hearing your voice, and without missing a beat, the person thrusts their weapon into Lorenzo's leg. He lets out this grunt of pain as the person twists it and shoves their weight into him and throws him into the water. You hear the most emotional sound come out of Avery's mouth that you have heard all night as he shrieks Lorenzo's name.
Pridwin's immediately going to transform and get ready for a fight.
Lunala catches you, and I need you to roll initiative again.
Yep. 13?
So you got a 13. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. Okay. Holy shit. Nothing, just they all rolled really bad. Everybody else rolled really bad. I got a 4, a 2, and a 2.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, so
it's just
this
not a good night.
This guy rolled a 4. Min and Liam rolled a 2. Which makes sense, honestly, because both your sister and Avery are extremely upset by the fact that Lorenzo went under the water and has not resurfaced.
I mean, we can all breathe underwater, but that is a bad thing.
Yeah, well, he didn't look in good condition when you rounded the corner either, to be fair.
Yeah.
It looks like, judging by the bodies around you, this fight has been long and drawn out.
Yeah.
You're going first. I will say that this guy, the weapon remained in Lorenzo's leg. This guy has pulled out another sword out of a strap on his back and has twirled it into his hand comfortably.
Yeah, we're gonna go for the good old-fashioned stab to the face.
Okay, rolled hit.
18?
Oh, I wish that was enough.
Fuck.
Hold on, I need to see what...
Did he roll a natural 20?
Yes, he did.
Of
Oh my god. Okay, so you run in and you're going straight for the guy's face. You're mad. And he telegraphs your moves, sidesteps, easily misses his, comfortably misses his face, and he goes to stab his weapon up into, Lunala. And she does not have time to react, not expecting this from him. And it catches her, just catches her on the, her forearm, and it's not too bad. She's taking 15 damage. Could've been a lot worse.
Yeah, at least we've got the overheal. From fucking...
Yes. You still have your
Yeah.
shield.
So... Alright, I'm assuming that's my turn?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Sorry, I'm doing rolls and stuff. So he's immediately going to try and hit you. I need you to roll to dodge.
Yep. 14?
Yeah. So, having just managed to cut Lunala, he goes for a second swing, and Lunala manages to sidestep out of the way. Minerva and Avery are both too stunned to move because they did so bad on their rolls. It's back to you.
Great. Goodwin's kind of mad.
Uh-huh.
So here's just a quick question. If I were to get the healing glow ability for Effervescent to go off, would I be able to target Lorenzo?
You would have to be able to see him, and you currently don't.
Fucking hell. Okay, yeah, so that wouldn't really be useful. Yeah, Predwin's just gonna go for another punch.
Okay.
Good old-fashioned stab to the face. Another 18.
You gonna hit?
A 16 plus 19. 35.
Okay. You cut the side of this person's mask, and you hit it so hard that it actually shatters the lower left section, and you can see the bottom half of this person's eye and their mouth, and you realize this is a woman that you're fighting.
Predwin doesn't give a shit.
You have cut into their jaw as well a little bit, and there's a fresh stream of blood. They are gonna take a step back, kind of reaching up, touching the mask a little, looking at you with irritation. And they are going to attempt... Let's see, what is she going to do?
Oh, they have abilities. Wonderful.
I need you to roll the dodge for me. We'll see
Alright.
how this goes.
Fucking natural 20.
Ooh. Okay, so... One second, the woman is in front of you, and her lips have hardened into a fine line of irritation. And the next, she is gone. As you hear the slightest sound of air moving behind you, and before you can even react, Lunala has thrust your shield up over her head and managed to catch the downward swing of this woman who has just flash stepped behind you.
Oh, great. Whew.
And it was close. Like, this blade came very close to just carving straight through her shoulder.
Yep.
Minerva at this point is going to attempt something. That was a match. So,
Aggressor wins, right?
yeah. Actually, usually I do defender wins, to be fair.
Really?
Yeah.
I've always fucking just gone with the 5e rules.
I usually do it on a match if it's an NPC and a player. I do it as defense wins or aggressor. It's usually like player wins on a tie most of the time.
But this is 2 NPCs.
Here, let me just. Oh my god.
Oh?
No way.
Is it bad?
I
It's bad, isn't it?
re-rolled, and they
They
both
maxed
rolled
again?
nat ones.
Oh
They
my god.
both rolled nat ones.
Do they just both fucking like face plant?
What do I even fucking do with this?
Maybe
Oh my
Maybe they
god.
Maybe they both just disarm each other? I don't
That's what I feel like is gonna happen. So, like, the woman manages to, like, or Lunala manages to throw the woman back for half a second, and that's when Minerva moves in to strike. And it's like, the woman turns with her blade, and Minerva's moving in with Liam, and they both stab into each other. And both of them are going to take damage.
Oh boy. Also, while you're calculating that, I'll be right back.
And I'm going to say you went after him. That's where I put those. I wondered.
Sorry about that.
Oh my god. You scared me.
Sorry.
Jesus. Are you okay?
Alright. Yeah, I just had to use the restroom.
Oh, okay. I was looking for art while you were gone. Give me just a second. I'm trying to find a picture of somebody that I like, but I'm not finding a picture that I like.
Oh boy. Man, now I'm gonna have to draw Lorenzo and Sophia.
Yeah, probably.
Worst case scenario for an obituary.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
I'm not letting that fucking happen. I swear to God.
Yeah, I really had not planned on you being able to save Sophia, so...
Oh, but I'm stubborn, motherfucker.
You are in fact stubborn!
And she's like a child still.
Are you kidding? They're 17!
Yeah,
I guess
they're like
that's
kids still.
3 years younger than you.
Yeah, Kira. Each year, I look back and I'm like, yeah, that's a kid. I'm still a kid, basically.
I am really struggling here.
Yeah? Just
Yeah.
find art?
Yeah, of who I want, specifically.
I have a bad feeling about that statement because I can't imagine we're gonna have any friends here.
Yeah. It's not a good thing.
Yep.
It's definitely not a good thing. Almost done. Promise I'll find it, don't you worry. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not what I want, but it's not bad. You know what? That'll do for now. That'll
No.
do. Okay, so you just watched these two stab each other in an almost clumsy and comical fashion. And you also heard a splashing sound behind you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Pridwin's gonna look behind him.
Avery has gone into the water after Lorenzo. That is what that sound was.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I mean, what else did you think Avery was gonna do, to be fair?
Yeah.
So, it is back up to you. These two have still currently stabbed each other.
Shit. I really want to save my energy. How damaged is this lady looking?
mid-range.
So I might need more damage.
You also do not know how many people are in this establishment.
Yeah. Wrathful Glare is not actually that good. At least it's regular base ability. Because it's just a d20 damage.
What do you want to do?
So yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for another melee attack.
Punch him. And I will say
Good
you
old
get advantage on your roll to hit because she has currently stabbed your sister.
Thank God, because that went from a 5 to a 19.
Hey! Alright. So, you're gonna hit, so roll me damage.
Woo!
And tell me what you're aiming for.
To aiming straight for the fucking... He's going to actually try and go for the, throat again.
Cut her throat from behind.
Natural 20 on damage.
Oh my god.
I'm
How do you...
assuming that because that wasn't to hit, it's not double.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah, just a swift, like, while they're distracted, locked in combat, Lunala just swiftly fucking, like, cuts her neck.
Yeah, it's almost a blink and you'll miss it situation. 1 second, there's a blade in Minerva, and the next second, Minerva's pulling the blade out of her side, tossing it aside, and the woman has dropped to her knees in front of you. She tumbles onto her side, motionless. Lunala is standing there with you in her hand, and she looks just... I don't know how to describe her face. It's not satisfied. It's not frustrated either. She's just kind of blank, focused.
Fridwin's going to transform back, seeing there's no one else in the immediate area, and he's going to look back towards the water.
It's right about this time, as you're looking towards it, that you see something breach the surface. Avery's hair goes flying. Their glasses are completely gone, and one arm is coiled around a body, the other kind of floundering to try and get their...
Fridwin's going to immediately pull them up.
You grab both of them and you kind of heave them onto the shore. Lorenzo is coughing. He looks so tired. Like, he couldn't even help to try and swim back to shore. He's that tired.
Lorenzo, Pridwin's immediately going to try and administer healing water.
He, in the process of, like, coughing up more water that got shoved into his face as you tried to pull them out of the water, he kind of catches his breath for a minute and takes some of it, knowing you won't leave him alone about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that'll be 20 points for him. Yeah, so he... Not as injured as Sophia. He's got cuts along him. He's been in multiple battles, but he doesn't look as bad as her. And he smiles up at you tiredly.
Lorenzo, I found Sophia. She's in very bad shape, but she's stabilized. We need to get you both out of here.
Not leaving without Dad.
Do you know where he is?
Mom. That's all he gets out before he starts coughing again, and Avery kind of pulls his upper body into his lap and starts, like, trying to help him.
I see. I have a plan. Lunala, me and you are going to go see if we can help Dad. Minerva, I need you to go back and get Sophia, and I need you to get everyone into the tunnels.
Minerva looks, her mask kind of tilts to the side. Her body language shows that she is uncomfortable again with that idea. Hey, you're not going alone, Liam says, his eyes squinting at you in the section of his blade.
We need to get out of here before anything stronger than these idiots finds us.
Yeah? And what if you get down there and there's more problems? And it's just you two.
If we can... Fine. If we can just get Lorenzo and Sophia to the tunnels, they should be safe.
Lorenzo's coughing more, and Avery kind of clutches him close. Minerva sighs and then moves to try and help get Lorenzo on his feet.
We can all go together. Lorenzo, do you think you'd be able to take Sophia to the safe room?
Avery already has Lorenzo's arm over his shoulder, and Avery frowns at you.
Avery should go with them as well.
Now all of them look anxious.
I just don't think we should all be... Fine, let's go see if we can help Dad, and then we can move on from there.
No, you're right, Minerva says frustratedly, going to help Lorenzo. We have to get them out of here.
Right. Herdwin's immediately heading back towards where Sophia was.
With Minerva on one side and Avery on the other, they managed to bring Lorenzo behind you. Lunalis running beside you. It appears that the door has been opened.
God damn it. He's gonna run inside.
There is nobody inside.
He's going to check the closet.
There's nobody inside the closet either.
Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. Is there a trail of blood?
No. Nope.
No trail?
Nope.
Is there any indication as to where they could have gone?
Out the door. That's about as far as you get.
Oh my fucking god.
And it appears that this door has been broken inward. Like, you can see the remnants of the door, and also, like, a section of the frame of the bed has been damaged that was pushed up against it.
So broken from the inside or the... I'm
From
assuming
the outside.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Where could they have gone?
As you're talking, you feel a hand move over your mouth, and you are being pulled sideways. It is Minerva.
Oh.
You look over, and Avery and Lorenzo have tucked into the room beside you, Lunala ducking into the space across from you, and there are footsteps running down the hallway.
Yeah, Pridwin's silent now.
You listen. More footsteps. And they're running. And they say, "Find the other one! I'm getting tired of this!" Well, I mean, last we saw he was in the courtyard fighting with her. Well, and they're kind of like arguing with each other. Well, do you want to be the one to tell her that we failed? I don't know. Do you want to be the one to tell him that we failed? No. Well, then you better get it together. Here, I'll go look this way again and you go look that way. But we already checked the bedrooms. Well, what do you want me to do then? And they, like, the voices are fading down the hallway moving towards your father's office.
Where could they have taken her?
Avery shrugs, looking at you. Lorenzo, however, managing to catch his breath, whispers, and his voice is wet and watery, and he's rasping very bad. And he says, "They're trying to break Dad."
So they caught him.
Lorenzo nods.
So that means they probably took her to him.
I tried to hide her. I did my best.
I tried to keep her here because I thought she was well hidden. We're doing our best. We'll get them out of this.
It's not your fault. Lunala says, putting a hand on your shoulder comfortingly.
So,
Can't believe you brought her here, Lorenzo whispers again.
she's my Meister. I wouldn't have been able to fight.
But she's the one they're after.
I don't feel like I had a choice. This isn't the time to argue. We need to get Father.
Lorenzo nods to you weakly, kind of sliding down with his back against the wall, trying to catch his breath. He's so tired.
You said he's at Mother's shrine?
He nods. Was trying to get to them when they caught me.
All right. We should get over there.
Minerva looks worriedly at Avery and Lorenzo, and then looks towards where the voices disappeared.
Going to be a very, very nasty fight.
Minerva frowns. You can't hardly see it through the mask, but she does anyway. Liam's eyes look very uncomfortable in the blade. If we just leave him here, they're gonna get caught though, right? Liam says to you.
What do you mean?
We left Sophia here, and she got caught.
Yes, we can't just leave them. Perhaps get them to the tunnels and then... Same plan as before. Get them to the tunnels and then we can head back and help Dad.
You guys don't have some sort of, like, secret door by your bedrooms? Isn't that a terrible design? Shouldn't you have built some escape rooms into your fucking sleeping area?
There should be. There would be, wouldn't there be?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pridwin's going to immediately, head over to one of the tunnel entrances.
Yeah, so you kind of thinking for a minute, you like reach back into the depths of your brain and you remember, out in the hallway between like all of y'all's doors, there's a statue against the wall. And you remember that your mother always told you, if there was ever a problem, it wasn't really if there was ever a problem, it was more a don't play with this guy's sword was really what you got.
Right, the statue in the hallway. Pridwin's going to lead them to it.
They're following you. Avery's doing his best to support Lorenzo.
He's going to try and, like... I'm assuming the sword pulls out in some direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you start fiddling with it, remembering your mother's words, and you manage to slide it forward. And there's a clicking sound, and then the statue slides back further into the wall, and there appears to be a set of stairs leading downward from beneath it. It's a very small entrance, but looks familiar.
If you remain on the staircase, we should be able to come back here.
Avery nods and starts down. Lorenzo kind of stops and puts a hand on your arm and looks at you. He he just looks at you with
We are
this
going to...
worried, pained look.
We are going to do the best we can.
I'm not sure that's gonna be enough, big bro. I couldn't even stop him. He kind of smiles at you, always teasing you that he was the better fighter of you two. But there's this sad look in his eyes.
Rhizostoma. Even if it's hopeless, we have to try.
Lorenzo nods and he moves down into the tunnels. You gonna close it?
Yeah.
You grab the sword and you push it back into place. The statue clicks. A minute later, it slides forward again, hiding the entrance. Minerva looks at you and then starts down the hallway.
Ridwin's going to follow.
Are you going immediately to...
Mother's, we're definitely going to Aegis's
Okay.
thing. Probably, ideally, stealthily.
Roll me a presence check.
Damn. 19.
You guys... Luckily for you, Liam did really bad, but he's being carried, so...
Yeah.
So his isn't, that drastic. At one point, like, Liam starts coughing from all the smoke, but it's easily muffled. And, Minerva and Lunala are doing their best to keep very quiet as you guys, stealthily make your way back through the gardens. And there's just bodies. There are so many bodies. You have lost count of how many bodies are all over the place in these masks. And you finally get to the far side of the gardens, the doorway that leads to the shrine. And you hear voices coming from within.
Yep. It sound like... Can I get a gauge on how many people there are in there?
So at first you hear a couple muffled voices talking. And you can't really tell until you hear this ear-splitting scream of pain.
No.
And there's this kind of snapping sound. You aren't sure what it is, but that's what started the screaming. And then you hear a woman's voice cutting over the noise. Now, look what you've gone and made me do! That's not gonna recover easily. If you just told us where she was, we could avoid this entire situation. Come on. It's that simple. I know you've got her. Despite your rule about killing everything, I know that she's here somewhere. There is, another person's voice, coming from somewhere within this room, too, and it appears to be a male's. Would you like me to break the other one, mistress? In a minute. Let's give him a chance to think this through. There's also this loud hissing sound coming from somewhere within the room.
Is there any way to, get eyes in there?
Not without looking, straight through the doorway. There are no windows to the shrine.
Ridwin's gonna say to Lunala, you could go back and hide in the tunnel.
I'm not leaving you here by yourself.
I don't want to risk them taking you.
And I'm not gonna risk letting you die. Do I get a say in this? Minerva says from beside you.
What do you think?
Not gonna lie, the idea of her walking in there and being exactly what they want isn't exactly astounding. But I mean... She kind of pauses and Liam chips in. They don't know that she's on our side.
No, they do not.
Maybe we can use that. Maybe they're not expecting that. Minerva adds. Does kind of help that she's a scary big cat that can shred things. I mean,
So,
if this turns into a fight, I'm not sure we can win it without her, to be fair.
precisely.
And on the off chance that we all lose and die, it won't be our problem anymore, right?
Well, my concern is that they aren't going to kill us all.
Lunala looks over at you worriedly at that comment.
So, what's the plan then, if they think she's on their side? What we need is to get that witch to leave. We might not be... We certainly can't kill her, but the others wouldn't be that much of a problem comparatively.
You heard a witch? Lunala says.
If I were to guess, I wouldn't be surprised.
I couldn't make any of the voices out. What did they sound like?
I heard a woman's voice. She seems to be leading the interrogation. I think somebody broke his finger. My father's. I could hear one other who appeared to be doing her bidding, but I think there's multiple.
I will add, the screaming you heard was feminine.
No. I think that was... I think that might have been... her sister.
Minerva now looks angry. Like, her hand is shaking. Fuck it, she says, and starts walking toward the doors.
Minerva, we can't...
She's not listening to you.
Oh, no.
What would you like to do?
Fuck. Okay. I mean... I've got to think this through. Because Minerva's about to go loud. And I don't think we're going to survive going loud.
What would you like to do?
Pridwin's going to put his hand on Minerva's shoulder. And he's going to say, Minerva, we have to do this smart. We will make them pay, but right now we are not in the position to make it happen.
You can see into her mask just a bit, and there is just this pure spite in her eyes.
They will pay. But we can't just run in there blindly. Especially if there's a witch in there.
What if she's not a witch, huh?
That we'll have to figure out for ourselves.
Look, there's no way to look into there. There's no other way in there except the front fucking doors. They've got our sister in there and our dad, and I'm not just gonna sit here and do nothing.
We aren't. We need a plan. A way to... They don't know that Lunala's on our side. We can use that.
So what are you gonna do? Just have her walk in there? That wouldn't make any sense to them.
What if we have her captive?
What do you mean, like, threatening to kill her? What if they call your bluff?
I suppose we go loud. But it's a better... If we can get them to back down, back off, at the very least.
Do you really think that would work?
I don't
Lunala's
know.
looking at you anxiously.
I don't know, but... I'm not good at making plans.
Lunala grabs the side of your helmet and looks into your eyes. What I need you to.
Just... There's no other way into that room, so we can't surprise them. If there is a witch in there, we would be at an extreme disadvantage. I mean, it took 6 of us to kill one, and you nearly died. You were dead. And fighting multiple of those people on top of that, it's... We can't win with just brute force. But I don't know what to do.
Well, you better make it convincing, Lunala says.
Lunala,
Yeah.
here's the story. We've just retrieved you from beneath the castle. Planning on killing you. However, because they have my father and sister, we are holding you hostage as well. If we can get them to... If we can get her to get rid of all of her... Okay. I'm starting to put it together. If we can get her to call off all of her servants, we may just have a chance against her. If we can free Father, we may be able to kill her. If she is a witch. If she isn't, that makes this so much easier. What do you all think? Isolate her? Free my father? And then either kill her or run.
Minerva nods. Well, either plan was gonna be a fucking Hail Mary, so...
Indeed. Alright. Pridwin takes a deep breath. Lunala, I'm very sorry for this. Pridwin's going to take her arms and kind of pull them behind her back. basically locking them behind her, and he is going to hold out his hand in front of her, turn it into his blade, and he's going to have it near her neck, and he is going to push through the door.
So you start into the door, and Minerva is at your back with Liam drawn, watching behind you, her back very, very close to yours. You step inside, and this is what you see.
Oh boy.
Directly in front of you, at the foot of your mother's shrine, you see your father on the floor, on his side. He has been severely beaten. I'm talking, looks like his limbs are broken, multiples of them. There is a boot pressed into his neck, almost to the point that he can't speak. Following that up, you get a look at a woman that you have never seen before. However, Lunala looks like she is getting a moment of recognition. It is this woman.
Oh boy.
She is standing there, boot crushing into your father's neck. To the left of you, there is a man standing over your sister's body. Now this guy.
Oh boy.
And he has just gotten done breaking your sister's arm. She is half conscious, doing those breathy, gasping sobs where she doesn't sound like she can even breathe in the process. And hovering on the other side of the room, glowing the same color as this man's eyes through his mask, is this large, snake-like monster. Immediately, its head swivels toward you, and it begins to hiss slowly. Both the woman and the man look up immediately.
I would highly advise that you choose what happens next very carefully. Pridwin presses his blade up against Lunala's neck.
Lunala lets out a whimper. A genuine, fearful whimper. And you get the sense that it is because she recognizes the woman in front of you.
Yep.
The woman's eyes are glowing this bluish purple hue. And she starts to laugh. My! And here I was going to all this trouble to locate her, and you brought her right to me! I can't believe this!
Well, I'm well aware that she's no good to you dead. So that could be a problem for you.
Is that so?
Very much so.
You know, I don't think you're gonna hurt her.
You really think I won't?
I know you won't. 'Cause I know who you are, she says, twirling a finger in your direction. You think I don't recognize that little boy who was always running around with little Lunala?
So you do recognize me?
Who wouldn't?
Unfortunately, you do not know me.
No. Protector of the innocent. Isn't that what you used to say?
Protector of the innocent and keeper of oaths.
And little Lunala here is the most innocent of all of them, I would say. She's probably the only one of us who's never taken another life. You know this not to be true, but...
Yeah. Fridwin just shakes his head at that. Not quite right.
Oh.
Furthermore, regardless of her innocence or guilt, I am under oath.
Really? All the while, the snake seems to be edging closer to you.
Fridwin's going to actually push the blade enough to draw blood. I would recommend you call your dogs off before I demonstrate what that oath entails.
The snake stops. Roll me a charisma check.
Mm-hmm. Natural 20.
Okay.
On
The
piss
snake...
dice.
The snake has stopped. The man standing over your sister holds up a hand slowly. And the snake actually writhes backwards a little bit. No. There's no need to be hasty, he says through his mask. It's kind of muffled as it covers his entire face.
Considering everything that you two have done, I am finding it very difficult to find a reason to break this oath.
Really? What exactly are you thinking then? You kill her, we kill all of you. Seems to be a kind of fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you say?
Precisely. Which is why I'm going to need a very good reason not to let this end in bloodshed.
Right. So let me get this straight. You want to do a little trade.
I want the safety of my family.
I could do the girl, she says, pointing her finger towards Sophia.
I think that this one is worth more than just one human life to you.
See, now that normally would be true, but for Francesco here, I think he's worth a lot more than you think. I'd give almost anything to get to kill him myself.
Might I ask why?
After what he did to her mother. I would give anything. The boot tightens on your father's throat.
Fridwin's blade. He tightens his grip.
Lunala, you see a hint of tears come out of the corner of her eyes. as the sting sets in against her neck.
If you... For this negotiation, I would recommend you send out your pets.
Trying to get me all by my lonesome, is that it?
Do I look like I would know better than to try? I know very well that I wouldn't be able to win in a fight with you.
Smart boy.
I doubt that it would make much of a difference if they weren't here. Apart from the fact that it would be a lot harder to break the exchange.
Oh, I suppose. She kind of looks over to the man standing to her right, and she nods a little. Reaver, off you go. He starts to object, and she kind of shoos him with her fingers casually. He begrudgingly looks at you, steps over your sister's body, and starts to walk. His eyes glow a bit brighter with that kind of reddish gold color, and then the snake begins to slither. You can actually feel the ground tremble a bit as the snake moves by you. Its glowing gold red eyes watching you with every move, but not making any move towards you as it slithers out the door.
Alright, now it will be a lot easier to have a conversation. So, you mentioned that you wanted to kill my father as vengeance for what he did to, or when gesturing to Lunala, her mother.
Precisely.
Did she matter that much to you?
Why do you care? Your family has never cared about us witches.
And yet you said that you didn't think I would be willing to kill her.
You, as a child, were different. I had hoped you would have remained so. But it seems that his influence has wormed its way into your being.
You would be surprised. Might I ask what your intention is with Lunala, if you truly respected her mother so much?
Intentions are for those involved. They matter little to you. I just want to get Lunala back.
As far as I'm aware, her use to certain individuals is for the bringing of a new reckoning.
You see a hint of acknowledgement on her face.
I also know that in order to do this, a ritual in which her suffering is required.
Suffering is such a harsh word. If it's done right, she won't feel a thing. You feel Lunala actually begin to tremble in your grasp at this comment.
And do you believe it was her mother's wish?
She was trained for this from such a young age.
And yet, from what I understand, this isn't what she wanted.
And what would you know of Titus's wishes for her own daughter?
Would you like to speak to her?
She seems confused by this.
What do you know of the Rhizostomas? Our family passage.
I know that you have killed witches for many, many generations, priding yourselves in that fact.
Not all of us. As a matter of fact, Pridwin's going to lift his helmet to reveal his face. We're not just blue for no reason.
Her brow lifts a bit.
You wouldn't happen to recognize the name Aurelia, would you?
She squints at you.
Well, do you?
What if I do?
Well, what I was told is that my ancestor hunted her. His first witch in a long line of witch hunting. That is not the truth.
You mean
They
that's
didn't.
not the truth? Aurelia is dead, and if I'm to believe everything that is written about it, it is your family's doing.
Pridwin shakes his head and he says, when Atenolfo sought out Aurelia, they did not fight. They talked. Is the book in here?
It is.
That book over there. Could you do me a favor?
She glances at it. It is lying on the floor a few feet away, kind of sprawled open.
On the cover, the inside, there is a page. A page that was glued to that cover. You will find that that page has been peeled back. There is an inscription beneath the page. I would encourage you to read it.
Eyeing you suspiciously, she moves a hand to the side. There's a soft rumbling, and then jagged spikes of ice emerge from the ground. And it's kind of this ripple effect where they move up rapidly and kind of heave the book upward, and then more spikes move the book forward until it is within her grabbing range so she can keep her foot on your father's throat. She reaches down and picks it up, never taking her eyes off of you, until she finally gets it in her hand, and then, keeping you in her peripherals, she begins to peer at the front cover.
Pridwin has eased off, by the way, with the blade. He's still holding Lunala, just in case, but not. He's no longer got the blade to her throat.
She is looking at this book, and she looks up at you. She's still got a straight face. She's got a very good poker face.
So, I posed you a question. Why are we blue?
I'm going to assume that it has something to do with her.
Precisely. What I was told when I was little is that she cursed us. However, why would a witch curse a man to be blue? frankly doesn't really make sense. No. They did not fight. They fell in love. They fought side by side. And they died side by side. Fighting two witches. Very specific two witches.
She is eyeing you as you talk.
Now, Titus and her family were admirers of Aurelia's work. She herself told me that she was among the best of all of us. She gave a gift to my family. The ability to pass down one's weapon form, incorporating it into a greater form. A piece of one of us passed down. That is why we've been able to stand up against witches. However, on top of this, we remain in the shield. My mother and Titus both did not want any of this. They did not want the reckoning, and they also did not want Lunala to be harmed. And so they hid her. Though a great number of my family objected, as, of course, many of us hold the opinion that witches only care for the destruction of humanity, they understood this was different. They worked together to protect her. And I will not defend my father when I say that he objected and that he killed my own mother, and apparently Titus as well. However, from what I understand, before Titus's death, my mother took her soul. Any time one of us consumes a soul, it becomes a part of us. And so, Aegis and Titus became part of the shield. They guided me to Lunala so that I could protect her from you. And Pridwin's going to completely let go of Lunala. Because we believed that not all witches were evil. That not all humans were evil. That it shouldn't be a matter of witch and man, but a matter of good and evil.
touching.
But my
Truly
question.
a heartwarming performance. Unfortunately for you, I have a job to do. And you have just given up your bargaining chip.
Ridwin's going to say, you would really choose your duty over what was right. And he's going to.
This is right. And she is going to put her boot down as hard as possible.
Well, Pridwin's going to take Lunala's hand, and I want to do a thing.
You can try, but it's gonna come down to rolls.
Because there's, no matter what happens here, effervescent lantern. I'm assuming that we need to roll initiative first.
This isn't even gonna be
Or-
an initiative thing. This is gonna be
boy.
speed rolls.
Okay.
So if you're doing effervescent lantern,
Either way, what happens is what I want. Because best case scenario, I can heal everyone in the room. Worst case, I can put some serious damage on her.
okay. So I want you to roll your high or low first.
Natural 20. It's healing.
Okay.
And I'm going for proficient.
So if you are going proficient and you went high and you critted, that's going to mean... Okay, so I'm going to ask you. Sophia looks bad. Your dad looks really bad. But here's the thing. In the position that your father is in, this witch is about to kill him.
So, proficient. 3 nearby targets. Am I getting double healing?
You are.
So that's 60 entire hit points per target.
Yep.
120 I could give to my dad. 60 to my sister. That hopefully could be enough for both. Because I'm going to be completely honest with you, I refuse to believe that 60 hit points isn't enough to stabilize someone.
Oh no, you would stabilize Sophia for sure.
And 120 hit points. I mean, this is a witch, but this is also my dad.
So the only thing I need to know is if you're faster than her. So I am going to need you to make a speed check.
Can I use combined speed because Lunala is wielding me?
Yes. But
Oh,
I'm
thank God.
going to warn you. She's rolling an advantage. So
Oh boy.
good luck.
Well, I don't know what her speed is like, but we have pretty good speed together. That's a 33 total.
Oh my god. You barely beat
Oh my
her. By like 1 point. So here's what happens. She brings her foot down. Like she raises it up high and just as she's about to crush it down on your father's skull, his hand snaps up to her boot and grips it, stopping her. It begins, like, this smoke begins to sizzle around the boot.
I really couldn't kill you on my own, even if you were alone. However, a witch and an exorcist most certainly could.
Her eyes widen a bit as she looks down, trying to move her boot, and the sizzling has intensified as the leather itself appears to be, like, in the process of being eaten away beneath your dad's fingers. He raises his head slowly, and his eyes are those burning white. He looks at you for just a moment. Get out of here. And then he is going to, with an upward thrust, hurl this woman into the air. She slams through the roof of this room and disappears into the story above you.
Oh, great. Pridwin is just immediately going to run over and pick up Sophia.
You pick Sophia up and you hear Minerva from behind you saying, Pridwin?
Yes?
You turn to look. There's a man and a giant snake in front of the doorway.
Oh, wonderful. Is there another way out of here?
No. I mean, apart from the hole in the roof that your dad just tore with this woman, which, by the way, this room is solid stone. So the fact that there is a hole in the ceiling of solid stone is a pretty good sign to you that you should probably not be here for what's about to happen.
Yep. So, does this guy get any pause at the realization that Lunala's currently wielding Pridwin?
Yeah, he looks really confused.
Do you want me to explain, or are you just going to try and kill us?
He points at you. He points at her.
Yeah. Believe it or not, we've all been killing each other because we all think we're evil.
I am going to pretend like I didn't see any of this, he says, and starts walking past you into the room.
I think that would be better for everyone.
You'd better take care of her, he says, and for just a moment he glances at you. Not at you, even. At Lunala. Lunala's making eye contact with him, and she has that same look of remembrance flashing over her eyes. He and the snake slither past you and begin to move towards your father aggressively.
We're getting married, so you better believe I will.
He stops and then starts walking again.
Goodbye! Just immediately running.
You take off with Sophia, and Minerva is, she's kind of sprinting beside you, and even now she has deflected what looks like bullets that are being fired at you from the sides. She
We're
says,
being
we
shot
need
at?
to get to the tunnels. Yes, because now all of the attention is back on this room, and the remaining people are beginning to come back.
They've got guns?
Uh-huh.
What the fuck? Damn, okay.
Yep. It's a good time.
Do I know of any other pathways into the tunnels?
You would
that
know
are
that there is
closer?
one in the garden somewhere.
There's one in the garden.
let's see. Roll me a memory check, and I'll have Minerva roll one. Well, Minerva doesn't fucking know. She's too distracted trying to keep you from being shot.
Shit, 19.
Okay, so, once again, there is one of the statues in the gardens that you could think of. Same thing. You think it slides back and leads to the tunnels.
Yeah, Pridwin will just lead everyone straight to the statue.
You guys get there, no problem. You fuck around with the sword and it begins to slide back. There are still people shooting at you. Minerva is doing her damnedest to keep you from being hit, but she is not doing so hot.
Yeah,
As you start to move the statue and you turn around and you see that she is bleeding out of one arm, and her armor has chinks in it along the chest, where clearly it's just the fact that the armor is so goddamn thick that she has not been more severely wounded.
Get inside, please.
Minerva kind of backs into the tunnels, helping you take Sophia from you, and Lunala goes down underneath.
Yeah, Pridwin's basically going to be trying to use himself as a shield as everyone's getting in there before closing the statue back up.
With you on the inside, I'm assuming.
On the inside, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you get it just as heavy footsteps are beginning to close in, the statue closes itself, and there is a latching mechanism underneath that keeps, that you have activated. So no matter how much they fuck with the sword, nothing seems to be happening.
Alright, I think we should be able to navigate our way back to the others.
So you start down this tunnel. And you do a little bit of walking. And you've kind of, between the two of you, you've been in the tunnels before, a couple times at least. So you managed to get back to the steps where you left Avery and Lorenzo. Immediately, there is this orange glow, and you feel as though a force field has stopped. Like you walked face first into a wall, even though you don't see anything. Did you mute yourself again?
Fucking hell. Pridwin's gonna call out, "It's us, we're here."
The wall disappears.
Pridwin's gonna head up it.
Okay. Yeah, you get to the stairs and Avery is standing there defensively. They lower their hands slowly and let out a breath of relief and then turn back. Lorenzo is semi-conscious on the stairs and kind of rolls his head over to the side to look over at you.
Got Sophia back. I healed Father to the best of my ability, but he's fighting again.
He smiles tiredly. Wouldn't go down without a fight.
None of us ever do.
Minerva kind of drops Sophia down beside Lorenzo, and Lorenzo curls an arm around her.
We should head to the safe room. We need, I'd imagine that one of us would have brought a mirror from, like, one of our rooms or something.
I would say the safe room has a bathroom.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
So there is a mirror in the bathroom, yeah.
We need to get to the safe room. We should be able to evacuate through there.
Avery nods a little and tries to help Lorenzo up again. Lorenzo and Avery are together. Minerva manages to get Sophia on her feet. She is barely conscious. Despite your healing, her arm still looks broken. But the more superficial wounds are clearing up finally. There's this gnarly scar on her side where the weapon had been stabbed through her, but it looks manageable now.
Yeah. Yeah, Pridwin's just gonna be leading everyone straight to where the safe room is.
Yeah, so you guys, luckily nobody has breached the tunnels, so you guys get there, you enter the safe room, and it is pristine. is a nice safe room. There are enough beds down there for 6 of you. The doors are, this is like a Fallout shelter level of a safe room. Like,
Yeah.
it is well supplied, has its own generator, and you guys get inside and you shut the doors behind you, and it lights up.
Alright. I am going to contact Death. Best case scenario, we should be able to get out of here soon, but we are safe for now.
What about Dad? Lorenzo says.
I gave him all that I could. Hopefully he'll be able to win, but I'm not sure. He put the fear of God in that witch, though.
Lorenzo tries to smile, but it just breaks. His whole demeanor shifting. What would you like to do?
Fridwin's going to basically, like, immediately set Sophia down on one of the beds, and then head to the bathroom.
As you're walking that way, Avery has lowered Lorenzo onto another bed, and Lorenzo whispers, "I felt her die, you know." Avery saying softly, "Don't think about it. Don't think about it, Zoe. It's okay. You don't understand. I felt her die. Do you know what that's like?"
I do.
He looks up at you, surprised.
Fridwin gestures over to Lunala.
Lunala is hovering by the door. She's got a hand on the side of her throat where you cut her, and she's assessing the damage of it.
Yeah, Fridwin's also going to hand her some healing water. Very sorry about that.
She nods understandingly and takes it, not looking at you.
Lunala's ring, it's a piece of me. We can feel each other's pain and where we are and when we die. That witch,
It doesn't make sense, Lorenzo says.
the ring is a piece of my soul where she basically has, our souls are intertwined in a way.
You just trying to be romantic, or are you being serious?
I mean, quite literally, there's... Okay. Pridwin sits down.
He sits down!
So, at the academy, there is a blacksmith underneath it that can work with demon weapons. Like, break them and fix them and take parts off of them.
That's like not possible. I thought demon weapons could break.
Typically, but this blacksmith, somehow, I think his forge is magic? And
You would know that it's the Hellforge. It is Hellfire. It's literal Hellfire.
it's called the Hellforge. It's literally uses hellfire.
But that makes sense, Avery says to the side. I mean, if it's demon weapons, the only thing that would be able to manipulate them fully would probably be Hellfire.
And so, she has, well, a weapon form is sort of a part of the soul, so taking off a piece from me and putting it on Lunala merged our souls together in a way.
Damn. Y'all are crazy, Lorenzo says, laughing a little. Minerva to the side goes, "You have no idea."
No idea. Um, it, there is a lot to tell you about, a lot. But when we fought that witch the other day, Lunala threw her off a cliff, and she went down with her. And well,
She was gonna kill you, Lunala says, looking at you pointedly. You would have died, and you know it.
but you did, and I almost couldn't bring you back.
It was worth it.
I would,
She's giving you a
For-
very hard look.
Lunala, I would prefer if both of us remained alive.
But if I have to choose between the two of us, it'll always be you. Avery in the background murmuring, "God, that's actually adorable." Lorenzo whispering, "I told you."
Point being, I felt when she died. It was terrible, but I got her back. And I got Sophia back. If I'm being honest, if it meant protecting others, I would face the pain of death 100 times over. Especially if it meant protecting my family.
So what now? Lorenzo whispers. Do we just stay here and hope that Dad beats the ever-living fuck out of that lady?
Well, we have a way out. The way we got here, we used a artifact. And from what I understand, they should be able to bring us back. But if we do need to wait this out, I think that we should be alright.
Lorenzo nods a little.
Now, I am going to go contact Death. And then I am going to try and get you all patched up to the best of my ability.
They
Goodwin's.
both nod at you.
Goodwin's going to head to the bathroom now.
Okay, you walk into the bathroom. Pretty
And
decently sized.
yeah, he's gonna call Death.
Okay, let's see if Death actually answers you.
Oh boy. Even though she's expecting a call?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't know what's going on in the death room right
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, she might be busy. Extremely busy.
Death is very busy. However, after like a solid minute, just as you're thinking you're gonna turn back for the room, there is movement in the ripples on the glass. And the eyes appear. Except they don't look like Death's eyes.
Hello?
Prudwin? It's Gabriel.
Gabriel, it is very good to hear from you.
Look, we are very busy right now. What's going on? Death
So-
mentioned something about you guys being in Italy again.
Yes, witches attacked my home.
Shit.
We managed to get mostly everyone out. My father is currently trying to fend them off, but he was near death when I found him, and I was only able to heal him a little bit. We are underneath the castle currently, in a safe room. We're safe for now, but, her minions definitely know about the tunnels now.
You can just hear the stress in his voice. If I had somebody to send. But I don't.
If you can tell Death about all this, she told me to contact her.
I'll try, but she's really busy right now. See,
Of course.
you guys weren't the only ones that got hit.
There's been multiple attacks?
I'm afraid so.
If I understand correctly, at least the one here is to try and find Lunala. If I were to assume, the other ones most likely had the same goal.
It's possible. Is she safe?
Yes, she's safe. My siblings are safe. It's only my father currently that is still in the fray.
I wish I had better news for you. But you're going to have to sit tight for a while.
That's fine. I think we have plenty of food and water for, well, multiple days. And even the tunnels are a labyrinth. The safe room itself is quite well hidden, so we should be able to hold out for, well, a good long while.
If my estimates are correct, considering you've been gone about 3 hours, you could just like see the numbers floating in front of his eyes for a minute as they go kind of hazy.
Yeah.
You need to hold out for 13 hours.
That should be possible.
Alright.
I will contact you again if anything else happens.
He nods, and then the eyes begin to fade out of the mirror.
Goodwin's going to head back out.
You walk back out, and you can see, you're kind of free to explore the room. You can see that Liam is pacing in front of the doors. Minerva is sitting on a bed with Sophia's head in her lap, and is looking worriedly at her broken arm. Avery is kind of fussing over some of Lorenzo's superficial wounds. And Lunala is standing off to the side, listening to something. What would you like to do?
First, he's going to step over to Lunala and say, are you hearing something?
She gives you this kind of somber look and then returns her eyes back to kind of roof of the bunker.
Goodwin just looks up kind of listening for a moment to try and hear what she's listening to.
Roll me d20.
Oh boy. 18?
You hear it is the faintest sound to you. It sounds like fighting. Rumbling of wreckage happening, but that's about it. You can't discern anything.
Goodwin just kind of looks down again and then heads over to Sophia.
Minerva looks up at you as you get close.
Alright. I'm going to try and heal her up as best as I can.
Sophia's face is tear stained. Her eyes are closed and you can't tell if she's conscious or not. Her now like freshly broken arm is laying across her middle. Minerva's been like holding it to try and keep it still.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to basically like go through the doctor's bag, and I'm assuming that he probably has like a sling and shit to like a splint and all that.
I mean, you would have the stuff to make one, yeah. And if not, there would be stuff around the room.
Yeah, so he's going to get to work like treating the broken bone.
You want to roll me a medicine check?
Sure thing. Whoop! The fucking natural 20.
Jesus Christ, man. You're looking at this. This is not a fracture. That bone is splintered.
So he's going to do his best to try and like set it, because the thing is, the only way to really fix this is gonna be healing water.
Yeah. Minerva is looking worriedly at it, because there are sections of broken skin where you can see bone fragments.
Yeah.
And she's whispering, you have to take the shards out, right? If you don't take the shards out, it could make things worse, right?
Yes, it could heal improperly. Pridwin's currently going through, and he's basically going through the motions. I do not have sedatives on me, so this is going to have to... I don't think she's conscious at the very least.
You can see her, like, fidgeting a little bit, but she's in and out.
Pridwin's going through the motions, basically trying to remove the fragments that are sticking out, and like basically trying to make it so that it'll heal as properly as possible.
Roll me another d20.
12?
You are having a lot of trouble. Like, it is shattered. There are a lot of pieces of this. And as you're trying to figure out how to do this, Sophia's eyes snap open. Not like 3 pulls in. And she
Sophia.
begins to sob. Like that broken, breathy sob where she can't catch her breath at all.
Pridwin's immediately going to try and like calm her down. He's going to give her something to bite down on.
She doesn't want to take it because she can't breathe. Like, she's hyperventilating. Minerva's doing everything she can to literally just keep her restrained at this point and keep her arms still.
Yeah, he's trying to like... I do not have... Everything that would be useful right now is charisma.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hell. Why did you make charisma one of my, like, core
Because
things?
healing is charisma based in this
If
world.
I knew that, I would have been a lot more charismatic. Because Moonwaltz would have been helpful.
Yeah?
But I don't have 12 charisma.
mean, there are other people in the room you could try and recruit.
I mean, how many people could wield me? I mean,
Not so much wield as maybe other people have things that could help.
people with abilities that could, do any of you have something that could help alleviate the pain?
Avery starts, like, rummaging kind of around in the cabinets off to one wall and says, I think this is pain medication? I'm not sure. You kind of turn to look and you see, your mother's medicine cabinet is stocked. Like, you have first aid equipment stocked down here just in case. That includes medications.
That is very helpful, actually. Pridwin's immediately going to, like, basically raid the medicine cabinets.
So you start going through the medicine cabinets. Are you just looking for pain meds? Are you looking for sedatives? What are you looking for?
He's probably specifically going to try and find, like, actual, like, stuff to, like, either sedate her or, like, you know, something that'll numb the area.
Fucking ketamine.
Probably
Roll me a
sedatives
d20.
specifically. Yeah, definitely, you know, it's 19.
Okay, let me think. Okay, so with a 19, you managed to find some, it's like a benzodiazepine shoved kind of near the back.
He's going to try and administer it.
You do so, and after a few minutes, she begins to calm.
All right. So Pridwin's, is she, like, still conscious, or is she, like,
She's
starting to pass
conscious,
out?
but she's like, she can't do anything about it. Like, she's stopped
Yeah.
trying to flail around and escape at this point. You can still
So-
see there's like the most that she's doing is there's just a constant stream of tears coming out of her eyes.
Yeah. And he's going to probably also provide pain medication.
So you give her one of the common pain medications you find in there.
And then he's going to go through the process of trying to continue to, like, remove all of the obstructions from, like, all of the bone fragments and shit.
Roll me one more d20 on that matter.
Hey, 18!
Okay, so now that she's calmed the fuck down, you have managed to get what you think is most of the fragments out of the way. And you have gone to kind of reset what you can of this bone, and then you apply a, you know, brain splint to it. To keep it still and in place. She has passed out at this point, finally, and Minerva, the second she does, Minerva kind of like leans back against the wall and lets out a shaky breath.
Alright. Now I should be able to treat the rest of this with the water. Pridwin's going to start giving her healing water.
You give her some healing water. The superficial wounds begin to close at first. The incisions you've made and the ones that were already there from the shattering begin to close up slowly.
And he's going to give some more.
Okay. How is
Alright.
your AP doing?
He's down to 5.
Gotcha. So yeah, she, like I said, it's still broken. Healing has a really hard time with broken bones. In this universe, but the superficial wounds are closing up at least. So she looks better. Which is a far cry from how I thought this was gonna be for her, so...
Yeah. Thank God. Alright. Does anyone else require... Lorenzo, are you doing alright?
Lorenzo is out. Avery is also out.
Okay. Minerva?
She looks up at you tiredly.
Are you doing alright?
She has a wound in her side and the other on her arm from being shot. She kind of waves you off a little bit.
Let me... Are these clean, or does she have bullets in her?
It's clean through.
Okay.
The one in her side is from getting stabbed by the dude.
Yeah.
When they both rolled nat ones. The gunshot is clean through.
At least let me get you stitched up.
She sighs reluctantly.
I don't want any of you dying from infections after all of this.
Yeah, she says.
Can I make a good old-fashioned med kit roll?
Go ahead.
Whoop. 17.
Yeah, you get her patched up pretty well. Manage to cover the entry and exit wounds. Stop any residual bleeding.
Alright. I think... Pridwin's gonna check his PDA to see if there's any service down here.
You turn your PDA on. There is not.
Well... We have no other means of contacting the outside world except for death.
Could you please not say it like that, Liam says from the other side of the room.
I mean death the person, not death as in dying.
Right, he says, turning back to the door.
Minerva, do you know her number?
She looks at you confused. Didn't you just call her?
Yes, but I'm thinking... I think we should all try to rest. And if I am asleep and something comes up and we need to contact her again, it would be good if more than one of us knew.
I've got it, Liam says from where he's standing by the door.
Perfect. I think perhaps we should probably sleep in shifts just in case.
Yeah, that's fair.
At least this isn't like the Fire Watch. We actually have enough beds for everyone.
This is true.
Alright, how do we want to,
Just get some sleep, Liam says, waving you off.
Okay.
Do what you need to do, I got it, man. And he kind of takes up a post leaned against the wall beside the entry doors.
Pridwin will go through the process of removing his armor and lay down and go to bed.
So you kind of crawl into one of the bunks on the far side of the room. Liam is standing on the, leaned up against the wall. He looks pretty awake, so you're pretty confident he's not about to pass out.
Yeah.
Minerva has, crawled into the bed beside Sophia, and she's just got her arm around Sophia worriedly. She looks super stressed, but is trying to hide it. Avery and Lorenzo are curled up on the, opposite of you guys. And Lunala is just kind of, like, she's got this hazy look on her face, and she's still listening to whatever's going on above.
Before Pridwin goes to bed, he's gonna look over to Lunala and say, Lunala, can we talk?
That kind of shakes her from her stupor, and she walks over to you.
I know for certain that you recognize them.
She glances away and nods.
Might I ask what you know? Who they were?
I think the guy was my dad's brother.
Your uncle?
She nods. I think. I didn't really get to see the family much, but he looks really familiar.
I see. What about the woman? Do you know anything about her?
Not really. She looks kind of familiar. The whole scary ice abilities seem familiar too, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I think my mom might have known her.
Well, they did seem to know each other. Perhaps I could ask them.
Yeah, but not now. You need to sleep.
I know. What about the masked individuals? Were they working specifically for them, or did they belong to a certain other witch?
Those masks seem kind of familiar too. I just don't know.
I see. Well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. And although I don't think that there's any helping that woman, hopefully your uncle or whoever he is potentially an ally.
I don't know. If I knew him better, maybe I could say, but it's weird that he let us go.
Especially because he didn't hear everything that I told her. The fact that seeing us together was enough must have... Again, something we'll have to figure out later.
Yeah.
For now, I'm going to sleep.
She nods a little at you.
Again, Lunala, I'm very sorry. I just felt like that was the only way to get them to let their guard down long enough.
She smiles gently at you. And she brushes her fingers on it and says, I can't even feel it. You know that's a lie. But it's hard not to believe her when she has that warm smile on her face.
Please, just before I sleep, let me give you something to get rid of it.
No. You're already in bed.
Please.
She kind of pats your shoulder gently.
Fine, but if it's not healed up in the morning, then I am going to give you all of the medical attention I can.
Come on. I know you find scars attractive, she says, smiling down at you. And for just a second, you see that it kind of just blends in with the way you've been getting used to it. But for just a second, the jagged scar down over her eye and down onto her jaw becomes so apparent to you.
Redwood turns like bright blue and he says, it's not like that. We're warriors. Scars are supposed to be something we're proud of.
Liam murmuring by the door, "Oh my god, would you go to bed already or get a room or something?"
There aren't any other rooms.
He just kind of rubs at his temples.
I'm going to bed.
Good, he says.
Pridwin is actually going to go to sleep now.
So you go to sleep, and you get your hit points back, and you get your AP back. As you are
Wonderful.
well rested, you get about 7 hours of sleep.
I'm assuming that temp HP barrier's gone.
It is gone.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, those madness tokens are gone because of
Yes.
the downtime, right? Yeah, just making sure. Alright. Wonderful.
So you sit up in bed, you look around, and you see Lorenzo is still passed out. Avery sitting on the bed beside him, looks to be praying. Head down, eyes closed, glowing a little bit. Minerva is pacing by the doors that lead outside. Liam is now passed out on a bed near to her, and Sophia hasn't moved. And you kind of look over and you see Lunala is on the floor with her head leaned back against the bed you're on, and your hand has like moved down and has been resting over her like shoulder onto her chest, and she fell asleep there.
Pridwin kind of upset that she didn't get in bed. He's going to I'm assuming there's a clock in here.
Yeah.
What time is it?
So it is.
Or
it
like
was,
about how much time's passed, I guess is
Like I said, you
what
got
I'm
like
really
7
trying to figure
hours of sleep.
Oh good. So like 6 or 7 more before we get rescued.
Right.
Pridwin's probably going to just... Is someone keeping watch currently?
Minerva is pacing by the doors.
Yeah. Pridwin's going to pick himself up, and he's going to set Lunala in his bed.
She kind of starts mumbling incoherently as you go to pick her up.
He's going to set her in the bed and tuck her in.
You do so, and she opens her eyes and looks up at you. What's happening?
I woke up. You know you really should sleep in a bed.
I don't want to bother you, she says.
You wouldn't have.
It's fine. She starts to get up.
Alright. Pridwin's gonna head over to Minerva and say, has anything happened?
She looks up as you approach and she murmurs, "It's been quiet for the last 2 hours. Like, really quiet." She kind of has this deer in the headlights look, in her eyes, that fight or flight wanting to kick in. She says, if Dad finished the fight, he would have been here by now, right?
Maybe, unless, I mean... There's still a chance. If he did succeed, he still would have had to worry about being followed if anyone else came for us. So maybe he's just making sure that no one finds us. Or maybe... I can only hope for the best.
Minerva glances down at her feet and she appears to be thinking, and then she murmurs, you should get some more sleep.
I got 7 hours. I'll be fine.
Bredwin, you're exhausted.
Do I still feel tired?
Yeah, do you?
I mean, I got my full rest in, so I don't think I do.
She is trying to convince you that you do.
Oh, right, hold on. Just realized that -4 modifier to intelligence was still there.
Oh god.
Minerva, when was the last time you slept?
I'm fine.
Insight?
Roll.
Whoop. 10.
Seems fine.
Minerva, I'm perfectly fine. We all need to be well rested, just in case.
Go on. Really, I can keep watch. It's not that hard. She kind of shoos you, pushing you gently. Besides, your fiance looks cold.
Fine. I'm going to make sure that Sophia's alright, and then I'll go back to bed.
You walk over to Sophia. Sophia is out. Sedative still going strong.
Yeah, he's going to get back to working on her. Is she still in a state where she still could use medical attention, or is she like...
It's like your healing water has done the trick of like stabilizing and everything. It's just that arm is gnarly.
Yeah,
is really the only issue, and unless you want to like perform actual surgery to try and perfectly line the bones out, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, considering that we're only gonna be here for like a day tops.
And you're not a surgeon,
probably,
you know?
Yeah, and I'm not a surgeon. Probably best if I don't try to do a full surgery, so he, making sure that she's still stable.
Uh-huh.
Then he's going to just go back and climb into bed with Lunala.
You crawl back in bed, and you go back to sleep for 3 hours. So you open your eyes again. Lunala is tucked into your shoulder. You actually get a good look at the cut on her neck that your blade made.
Good one. Looks at it and kind of frowns.
It's about a half an inch deep. Like, you got her pretty good in the heat of the moment.
Yeah. He's gonna look around just to make sure that there's still somebody on watch before.
You look around and you notice somebody is absent.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's Minerva, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
He's gonna first check the bathroom just in case.
Yeah, she ain't in there.
kidding me? He's going to wake up Lunala and probably everyone else.
You shift to kind of sit up and look around, and immediately Lunala wakes up.
Minerva's gone.
What do you mean Minerva's gone?
She isn't here.
She looks around, kind of dazed. What on earth? She starts to get up.
Damn it, she couldn't. There's no way she was stupid enough to actually try and go out there. Ridwin's immediately going to get up and start, like, re-equipping his armor.
You get up and start putting your armor on, and that wakes Liam up. Liam, who has been passed out in the bed by the door, kind of sits up and looks at you.
Yeah,
What
Ridwin's,
is
like,
going on?
swearing profusely currently.
Why are you being so loud?
Minerva's gone.
What do you mean Minerva's gone? She's right over. He looks over, realizing the doorway is empty. Shit.
Must have gone outside. I don't know how long she's been gone for.
How long have you been out?
3 hours, I think?
Oh my god. He rolls out of bed and starts moving for the door immediately.
Yeah, Pridwin's also heading for the door.
What's going on? You hear a voice coming from the other side of the room.
Pridwin. I'm assuming it's...
Avery.
Yeah, Avery. Avery? Minerva left. Please, if you could, just keep watch over the other two until we get back.
Lorenzo's head is in Avery's lap. Avery's leaned back against the wall, sitting on the bed, and he just kind of nods. Yeah, I guess.
Thank you. If... Here, Pridwin's going to write Death's number onto a sheet of his notebook and then hand it over. If we're not back in 3 more hours, call this number. Just write it onto the mirror in the bathroom.
With what?
You just trace it with your finger.
Alright.
That will allow you to get into contact with Lady Death.
You've officially weirded Avery out. Congratulations.
There's no time to explain. Wait. Pridwin's just gonna get up and start heading for the door.
Yeah, so you turn for the door. Liam's already gone.
Great. Yeah, Pridwin's immediately running out to, try and follow Liam.
Lunala is, a half step behind you. As she's, got her boots back on. You guys make your way out into the tunnels. It is quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Eerily quiet. The only thing you can hear is the faint running sound of Liam moving somewhere ahead of you.
Yeah, he's just going to try and keep up with Liam.
Liam, who is not familiar with these tunnels, is getting himself hopelessly lost.
Liam, please. I know these tunnels.
The fuck, man? Why did you have to make them so goddamn confusing? He sounds very angry.
To make it harder for people to find us down here. Here. She most likely went back out the way we came in.
Okay, he looks around, gesturing vaguely.
Pridwin is going to, just follow me. I know these tunnels.
Fine, he says, falling in behind you.
Pridwin's going to lead them back up towards that, statue.
You make it to the garden statue. It is closed, but it is not latched.
And of course it was. Pridwin's going to slowly push open the statue.
You make your way out into the garden. The torrential downpour has faded to a normal rain. A gloomy, quiet rain. You look around and the bodies are still scattered across the green. There seem to be more of them now.
Wait. She... Let's just try and follow the... She wanted to see if Father was alright, I'm willing to bet, so Pridwin's going to lead them towards the last place they saw their dad.
Back toward Agus's shrine.
Yep. Keeping eyes peeled to make sure that there's nobody around.
Yeah, roll me a perception check.
Yep. And also trying to be stealthy as possible. 17?
So, you hear a sound coming from the opposite direction of the shrine.
Does he see what's making that noise?
You turn to look, and you hear a familiar whimpering sound.
Oh boy. It's the dog! Pridwin's gonna head over to it.
You turn and start walking, and coming around the corner from the main house into the gardens, you see Minerva carrying Winnie.
Minerva,
She stops and looks up at you.
you should have at least told us.
I remembered the dog, she says, gesturing to the massive unit of a dog in her arms.
Alright, we need to get back down there.
Yeah. It's just... You see her mask is looking past you in the direction of the shrine.
Pridwin turns back and he says, if we are careful and quiet...
I've been too scared to look. I went back looking for Winnie in our rooms and Dad's office, and nobody's here. It's like they all just left. Or
Right.
there wasn't anybody left to leave.
Well... Here's hoping that Father won. If there's...
I'll wait for you. She says this reluctantly. You can tell that she really wants to go, but she just can't.
Pridwin nods and says, I'm going to see.
Liam taking Winnie out of Minerva's arms and giving her this scolding look.
Gun. Pridwin's going to look back towards the shrine and take a deep breath, and he's going to start heading towards it.
Lunala moves cautiously beside you, and you guys make your way toward the shrine. Outside of the doors that lead in, there are countless more bodies that weren't there before, guns scattered around them. Their bodies look damaged by what looks to be fire, maybe? Their clothing singed.
If Pridwin's kind of investigating the bodies, willing to bet this is Father's work. Which means he might have actually won against the witch.
Lunala didn't stop. She walked into the shrine while you were investigating the bodies. And she stopped. A few paces inside.
Ridwin's gonna follow after her.
The first thing you see is the carcass of what looks like the giant snake. It's laying split from the bottom of its mouth all the way down its belly. But its tail is coiled around something. And as your gaze follows, you can see your father's boot clutched in the death grip of the snake's coil. As you take a hesitant step forward, you get to see the rest of his body with punctures and cleaved marks. You know he was never one for armor. And they tore straight through his clothes. Beyond him, at the foot of your mother's shrine, is the body of the witch. Her eyes are open wide and pure white. That burned look that Sadie had when Gabriel's power hit her too intensely and it blinded her. Her body too is singed. Her lips are parted. There's dust caking beneath her nose and around her mouth. There is no life in the room in front of you at all.
Witch's soul there?
No. You also notice there is one body absent.
Well, it looks like your uncle won.
She's staring down at your father's body, and she looks like she doesn't know what to do or say.
Edwin's going to step up to the witch and he's actually going to close her eyes.
You bend down and you do so. She is completely dead. Her body and your father's body are just riddled with wounds. It appears that, and I mean, this room is wrecked too. Your mother's main shrine is somehow still standing, but this fight went on for a while.
As he closes her eyes, he just mutters, "We must be better
Audio
than this."
preview.
Lunal is staring down at your father's body.
Edwin's going to walk back over to it.
There's a book laying next to him. It
Audio
appears
preview.
that it had been in his hand in one moment, but had fallen out of it. His fingers kind of outstretched towards it.
One very important question.
Mm-hmm.
Did he leave his weapon form?
Audio
Or did he
preview.
break it?
You aren't sure. Because you don't immediately see it.
Goodwin's going to gently pick up the book.
Audio preview.
It is your father's book. The book that never left his side. Adenolfo's book.
Is it open to any particular page?
It is. Inside the front cover, it's been torn back to reveal that note that Aurelia wrote to Adenolfo. But on the next page over, there's something new there. The ink looks fresh. There's a note written on the pages. Do you read it?
Yeah.
It is addressed to you.
Oh god.
It says, I'm sorry for doing what I swore to do when your mother and I came together, when I joined this family. I'm sorry that we don't see eye to eye. I'm sorry for what I had to do to her. Not a day goes by that I don't regret that. And maybe this is justice in a way. That I lose my greatest pride and joy. I hope you're right. Even if I think it's stupid, I hope you're right. I hope you can be better than we were.
Goodwin's, you know what? I'm gonna see if he can even keep... Nope. Natural one. He, just stares at the book and he can't even hold it back. He just starts sobbing.
You notice that there's a table at the foot of the shrine, and it looks like he was working on writing this before all of this went down. You can see a pen and some papers there, and you see something else tucked away in, like, within the book's pages that is sticking out of place.
Kind of manages to collect himself and he is going to look at that as well.
You slowly open the book toward that page. There are 2 plane tickets. Seems he was keeping them there for safekeeping before he gave them. There's a note written to Sophia. There's a note written to Lorenzo. And all of these things are bundled together with a gold ribbon.
One's going to not open the letters. He's just going to set them back in the book. And he's going to close it again, and he's going to say, I don't hate you, Father. If you can still hear me. I don't.
Lunala puts a shaky hand on your shoulder, trying to comfort you as best she can. You can see that there's guilt in her eyes.
He looks over to her and he says, This isn't your fault.
She doesn't even try and object at this point. She just breaks down beside you.
Is there anything left?
What'd you say?
Is there anything left?
What do you mean?
Anything else that has been left behind, or?
Roll me a perception check.
Oh boy. 17.
You're trying to comfort Lunala, trying to keep it together yourself, which is not going well, and you catch a glimmer. It's kind of hard to see, but there's something beneath your father and the snake's body.
He's going to reach out and try and pull it.
Your father's body's kind of curled onto its side, caught up in the snake's coils, his legs and lower, torso, and as you shift it a little and try to figure out what's happening, you get to see his other hand is coiled around something.
Red One's actually going to go through the process of trying to get his dad out of the snake's coils. Like, if he has to, he will literally cut away at the snake until he can get him out.
I won't even make you roll for that. It's an arduous process, because the rigor on this snake is crazy.
Yeah.
And it takes you like a solid 20 minutes to get your dad's body free, and that's when you finally see it. Like, you were so focused on the task, you couldn't even notice the object anymore, so determined to get your dad out of this thing, that when you finally have him laying there and have shoved the snake aside, you realize what it is that drew your attention in the first place. It's your dad's weapon form, clutched in his hand, still in one piece.
Only I knew who you wanted me to give it to. Red One's going to take it, and he's going to lay his father out in front of the altar and cross his arms over his chest.
You do so.
And he's going to, after making sure that his father's at rest, he's going to get up and wipe the tears from his eyes and say, "We should get back."
Lunala's still in a much worse condition than you emotionally.
Edwin's going to go over and kind of help her to her feet.
You get her up.
He's just gonna pull her into a hug.
She just hides her face in your shoulder. Even her inhales are shaking, trembling draws of breath that you can feel through her whole body.
Sorry.
She looks up at you confused at this apology.
I'm sorry for everything.
Why are you apologizing to me? Your dad's dead. And it's my fault.
Nala. How could this be your fault? How could this possibly be your fault?
Because he was protecting me. Think about it. He knew I wasn't down there. He could have told them,
I know.
and he didn't.
This isn't your fault. You didn't ask for any of this, Lunala. If anyone is to blame, it's me.
She's just shaking her head.
I'm the one who dragged you out of that cave. I'm the one who defied every single person, telling me that I was making a horrible decision. From him to my entire ancestral line, to even death herself. But I don't... Even though it should be my fault, I don't think it is. I don't think it's anyone's fault.
Are you all my personal dreams?
This is the product of countless ages of lies and hatred and death and despair. None of us asked for this. Not him, not me, not you. No one wanted this.
You hear a soft voice from behind you. Shit.
Goodwin's going to look over.
It's Liam. He's hovering just at the entrance. His eyes wide.
That...
He's
Going to be honest, I don't even know what to say.
He slowly walks over, his eyes moving around the room at the carnage, at the dead snake that's in pieces now, at the witch's body laying off to the side where you probably kicked it,
Yeah.
at your father's body laying at the foot of the shrine. His eyes move around, crossing over the table, and he reaches a hand out and he grabs a piece of paper. He looks down, slowly runs a hand into his hair and curls his fingers into it and lets out a shaky breath.
One's gonna step over and look at it as well.
It's another letter addressed to Minerva. And you can see that this is the practice page. And he's tried to start this letter 5 or 6 times now. And he finally started to get it going and got maybe 5 words in when the last stroke of the pen darts off to the side. There are flecks of blood on the page. And you realize Minerva is the only one that doesn't have a letter in the book you're holding.
What cruelty is this?
Liam, as you're looking at the page, he lets go of it and he puts both hands into his hair and he lets out a shaky breath. This is gonna kill her. How are we supposed to tell her?
I think there may be something we can do.
He's just looking at you helplessly.
Pridwin looks down at the weapon and he says, I don't think any of us have ever taken in a weapon that wasn't us. But he was a Rhizostoma. Perhaps maybe he will still have a chance to say what he wanted to say to her.
what is this weapon form again?
I believe it was a winged spear.
That's what I thought it was. So you're holding this in your hand, and you feel this strange sensation.
One looks down at it. Is it trying to resonate?
It's more than just trying to resonate with you. There's this strange numbness in your hand where the weapon is contacting it. Almost like you can't tell where your hand ends and the weapon begins.
I suppose that means that he wanted me to have it. Part of the shield. I'm hoping that means that everyone else is alright with this. Pridwin kind of looking down at his wrist where the shield would be.
There is a spark of electricity as you say this that kind of emits from the location where it would be.
Very well then. Pridwin's... Does Pridwin know the process of incorporating a weapon into...
Not entirely. See, you know the process of inheriting the shield.
Yeah.
Which was a kind of very ritualistic and formal thing. And to be honest, your mother and father, had prepared you for it. Your dad did a good portion of the work.
Right.
And it kind of...
works.
It was something that they have described to you is that the weapon has to choose you as much as you have to choose it.
So it's definitely choosing him. Pridwin's going to try and kind of allow it to become a part of him.
Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. 17?
It's strange, the sensation you're feeling of you being unable to differentiate between your arm and this weapon. And for a minute, you're looking at it, you're trying to figure out, you just don't feel like anything's working, and you go to let go of it and give yourself a minute to reorient, and you can't. You can't release the weapon. And as you're watching it, your skin is literally merging with the metal. And it's a warmth. It's like a presence, but it also begins to hurt. I now need you to roll me a Constitution save.
Ow. Okay, not bad. I get to add my con to that, right?
Yes.
Excellent. 28.
Okay. So you are managing to hold it together. Because as much as this hurts, it's nothing like having a piece of your fucking soul torn off. So, this isn't as bad. Lunala and Liam are watching kind of in horror and awe and confusion between it's just like a constant stream of those emotions on repeat on their faces as this weapon begins to just merge with your hand and move up your arm, and it begins to disappear into your palm.
Herdwin's just trying his best to, like, deal with the pain right now.
Yep. It's one of those things where, like, you're so focused on the pain that you don't even realize what's happening until suddenly you look down and it's gone.
Herdwin looking down at his hand, kind of flexing it.
It's gone. That is your hand, in fact.
Hoping that worked.
I'm sorry, what the fuck just happened? Liam says, looking confused and stressed and still emotional as all get out.
If I understand correctly, I believe that my father has been incorporated into the shield.
Both of them look even more confused.
So, you both know that the shield is made up of each one of the weapons who's wielded it.
They nod slowly.
So, a weapon can incorporate itself into another weapon when they die. So I believe what I just did is that.
They're just looking at you, both of them. Just, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot happening right now.
Yeah.
Liam looks down at, your hand, and then he looks back at the piece of paper and he sighs and he says, "That still doesn't help with the fact that we have to tell her."
Yeah, but the people in the shield can communicate, which means, well, it means that she can still talk to him.
You hope, Liam says cautiously.
I hope.
Maybe, like, we shouldn't get Minnie's hopes up before you find that out for sure?
Yes, we should be honest. But I think at least that possibility might soften the blow that this might bring.
Liam just slowly nods and turns to look at the doors leading out.
Alright, I think we should head back and collect everyone.
You start walking back out. Lunala beside you, Liam a few steps ahead, still holding the piece of paper in a shaking hand. You get back to the statue and Minerva is crouched there with Winnie. She looks up at you, and seeing Liam, her face brightens for just a moment, and then seeing his demeanor, it instantly darkens.
Herdwin's going to step up and say, "So, he was writing letters to all of us before this happened. Unfortunately, Pridwin is going to hand her letter. He wasn't able to finish the one for you."
Her eyes kind of gloss over for a moment
But
as she just stares down at it.
there's something else. He's a part of the shield now.
She looks up at you confused.
He left his form behind. And when I took it, it became a part of me. A part of the shield. In the past, I was able to actually speak to certain individuals within the shield. It was difficult, but maybe, just maybe, we might be able to see him again. And maybe he will be able to tell you what he wanted to tell you.
She seems somewhat hopeful at this comment before the reality of it sinks in on her.
Regardless, the fact remains, he is a part of the shield. He's part of us. And by right, you will have it too.
Liam just slowly kind of pulls her into his arms. She's, unlike the two of you, she is just kind of frozen. The shock kicking in.
Yeah.
Lunala looks at you and frowns.
Edwin just kind of lowers his head. And he says, "We need to get back to the others."
Liam nods at you and starts to kind of pull her toward the opening of the statue. Winnie limps along beside you guys as you make your way down into the tunnels again.
Edwin's going to offer some healing water to Winnie.
Winnie takes it. Winnie is excited. He can now put some weight on his foot, which is exciting.
Good.
He, taking it way too fast, instantly, tries to barrel forward and, hits his paw a little too hard and tumbles, face first. Wipes out, gets back up, keeps going. You turn to close the statue behind you, and you get a look at the garden one more time. And you get this feeling like this might be the last time you see it. At least here.
Yeah. Edwin kind of taking one last look at it, he says, "If I get the chance, I will put this place back together. Brick by brick. Just like you did during the reckoning."
Lunala is hovering in the tunnel below, watching you.
Third one's going to, once he's finished staring out at the garden, he's going to start heading down.
You get beside her. She's watching you worriedly.
Lunala? When we make it through this, I think I'd like to try and fix this place.
She nods a little.
This castle's been leveled more than a handful of times. I know it will stand again.
She gives you this kind of sad smile at this comment.
Good one's also got the book out and he's just kind of staring down at the letters.
She looks down at it and looks back up at you again, worriedly. Worried for you.
I really am not looking forward to breaking the news to them.
I know. But you're the head of the family now. You kinda have to.
I know. It's just... They're only 17. I've lost both of their parents.
So have you.
Not so early.
Come on. Let's get it over with.
Of course.
She grabs your hand comfortingly and you guys start down the tunnels again. You make it back to the safe room and Minerva and Liam are hovering outside, waiting on you, knowing full well that if they walk in there in their condition, they'll know.
Well, Third one just takes a deep breath and he's going to step in.
You walk inside. And for a minute, you're happy. Because all three of them are up. Lorenzo is sitting on the edge of Sophia's bed. Sophia's leaned up against the wall with her knees curled up, her injured arm cradled against her chest and the splint and the sling that you've got on it. And the two of them are smiling at each other and Lorenzo just looks relieved. Avery's kind of hovering in the background, smiling to themselves. And then all three of them look up as you walk in.
We're back. Winnie's alright.
The dog barreling into the room, leaping up into Sophia's lap on the bed, nearly knocking her off the bed. In Sophia's face, in Lorenzo's face, hops off, runs around the room. Lorenzo's looking past you, past the four of you expectantly. And then as Liam closes the door behind him, his face, his expression turns more to disbelief. But he's gonna be down, like, in a minute, right?
He's...
Dad doesn't lose, so he's gonna be down in a minute, right?
He's gone. He took the witch with him, but he left some things for us. Pridwin's going to hand the letters to the two. And he also left his weapon form behind. He's part of the shield now.
They both look to be in a state of shock, much like Minerva. Sophia begins to, tears streaming down her cheeks as they both look down at what you've handed them, and they start reading. Lorenzo begins to pace as he's reading. Sophia shakes her head. Lorenzo looks up at you. He holds up the plane ticket and he's almost looking at you for an explanation.
He changed his mind. I think he was going to send you both to the academy.
Lorenzo nods. He said he was sending us there to be with you two. His eyes moving from you to Lunala. And that if we liked it, we didn't have to come back after the wedding. But how did he know about Lunala starts? And Minerva kind of looks away.
I did try to tell him, but Pridwin looks over to Minerva.
She makes hesitant eye contact with you.
I'm assuming you did too.
I knew you wouldn't want to get married without your baby brother and sister there.
Yes. As a matter of fact, the only reason I was in a conversation with Lady Death in the first place was to ask if there was any way to get them to be able to visit for the wedding.
So we're just supposed to leave? Sophia says, looking up at you. We're just supposed to leave everything behind and follow you back to this school that we've been unsure about for most of our lives?
Don't have to leave everything. We can... For now, I think we should gather up whatever you have. Right now, it's the safest place, and until we can rebuild this place, I don't think we're going to be able to come back. And Goodwin looks down at his wrist. It's not like we're leaving anyone behind.
But what about Dad? We can't just leave him here alone.
He is part of the shield. You will be with us.
Lorenzo kind of just pulls Sophia close to him. He nods at you once.
And I don't want to get your hopes up, but in the shield, in my, in my mind, I was able to communicate with them. I was actually able to specifically communicate with Atenolfo himself. So there is the possibility, since he's a part of the shield now, there's the hope that we might be able to see him again.
They both... Sophia has this kind of hopeless look on her face, and Lorenzo's quite the opposite, ironically. Liam, speaking lowly from behind you, says, "Check the time."
Goodwin looks over at the clock.
It's about 10 minutes shy of 13 hours since you made the call.
Our evacuation should be here soon.
You want me to call or should I? Liam says under his breath.
I suppose I probably should. Ridwin's going to head towards the bathroom.
You walk in. You hear murmuring of several voices and the sounds of crying from behind you. You walk up to the large mirror on the far wall.
Ridwin's going to put the number in.
It rings for only a few seconds this time before eyes appear. Gabriel.
Gabriel. It's... We're safe still.
Thank God.
As far as I'm aware, there's no longer any... The witch that attacked is dead. Most of her forces are, I can only presume, dead or scattered. And the man who accompanied her, he defeated my father, but he has fled.
We can debrief you later. For now, I just want you back and safe. Do you have everyone?
Yes.
Bring them here.
We don't exactly have transport.
Trust.
Okay, I'll bring them back up to the top.
No, here. Now.
Yeah, oh, to the... Oh, okay. Pridwin's going to open the door to the bathroom and lean in and say, "Everyone, I'm gonna need you in here."
Helping Sophia up, Lorenzo and Avery and Sophia, and then Minerva and Liam, and finally Lunala all join you. And Winnie, of course.
Forget about Winnie.
All of them are standing there, and Gabriel's eyes are intensely looking at you.
Alright. We have everyone.
He can only hold it for a few minutes. So when it opens, you're gonna need to move fast.
Okay.
The eyes fade. And the mirror, rather than you're seeing reflections again, it begins to fill with that void-like color. Your siblings look very concerned.
It's going to be fine.
Why is the mirror turning into a demon? Sophia says under her breath.
I mean, that's the way we got here.
You what? Lorenzo says it's about this time that the black sludge parts and you see a golden glow coming from the other side.
Magic mirror, we need to go.
Hurry! You hear a voice snap at you from the other side of the portal. It's Moira.
Pridwin's immediately going to start trying to get everyone through.
Liam goes first, knowing. And Minerva follows, and after seeing Minerva go through, the twins cautiously looking around start to go through. Lorenzo pauses as Avery is standing there. Avery kind of casts a look back over their shoulder for just a second, and Lorenzo says, "Look, I'm not going without you." Avery kind of smiling, glancing at their feet, says, "I know." And they take a deep breath and they follow Lorenzo through. And finally, it's down to you and Lunala and the dog, who looks very confused. Very untrusting.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to try and, basically rush the dog and the rest of them through.
Yeet the dog through. Yeah, so you grab Winnie and just, drag Winnie toward the mirror. and
I'm
managed
very sorry, but we need to hurry.
managed to like manhandle this dog and hurl it through the mirror. It goes flying, scampering across the floor, whining, and you and Lunala manage to step through just before it closes.
Great.
Gregory Vale rips the key out of the hole and holds it close to his chest, breathing hard. There's sweat dripping from his forehead down into his fantastic pajamas.
Fun.
The dog is running around whimpering. Moira looks very confused. Okay. I must be mistaken, because I was expecting 4, and I see a lot more than that. Are you alright? Vale's kind of waving her off. He looks rough.
Vale, are you alright?
He reaches up and brushes at a stream of thick red blood that has begun to stream from his nose. The more people that come through, the harder it is.
I'm very sorry.
It's quite alright.
Thank you.
As he goes to tie the key back onto the chain around his neck, you notice that the key looks even more ancient than it did before.
I owe you a great debt.
Not at all. You were one of my students. We protect our own.
Not.
Moira finally, as the black cloth is thrown back over the mirror, she sighs and lets down the guard. And it's been like 15 hours since you guys passed through, at least. They look exhausted. And as the door opens, you see Draco pacing back and forth in front of this door. And instantly he looks up and he says, "Oh, thank God," and runs in to try and help you all.
We're alive.
Sort of,
Mostly
he
intact.
says, looking at all of you.
Yes,
His face
A lot of-
lights up on seeing the Newfoundland, and he goes, "Oh my God, you brought a dog.
yes.
You're gonna
this-
be friends with Oberon," and he like crouches down and immediately befriends your dog.
This is Winnie. He's, the family pet.
He's perfect, aren't you? You're such a good boy. And he's like scratching between its ears. Lorenzo and Sophia look very tired. Avery is trying to help them both.
Yeah, Pridwood. Even though he slept through most of that wait, he's very emotionally exhausted.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you slept, all you want to do is curl up and possibly cry again.
Yeah.
Vale kind of, after collecting himself a little bit, leaning on Moira's shoulder, he says, "Now let's get you all settled, right?" He waves a hand encouragingly at Draco, and Draco tries to help you guys along, and you are led out of the labyrinth. Are you just gonna head back up?
Yeah, probably just gonna head straight back up.
You guys are let out, and it is dark when you get outside.
Yeah, we've been gone basically an entire day.
Uh-huh. So you guys, you're walking back to the cabin, and once again, cabin's dead. Dead quiet. And you guys, you kind of stop in front of the door, and Draco says, you guys have room for gesturing to the twins and Avery.
Um, I believe we might have one more empty room.
I think you guys
One,
actually have two empty rooms. But yeah,
possibly.
you all three of them would probably be in one room at this rate until.
Yeah.
So you guys go into the cabin quietly so as not to disturb your fellow peoples. And Cody is cooking in the kitchen. Despite how late it is, she's doing something in the kitchen, and she looks up surprised when you all walk in.
Hello, Cody.
What on earth has happened to you lot? Where have you been?
Italy?
Do you have any idea how upset Kat's been all day?
Oh,
You wrote her a note, and she went looking for you, and then
there was an emergency.
you know she hasn't come back yet.
She hasn't come back yet.
No, she went looking for you. You told her to meet her somewhere, and
Oh.
Lorenzo and Sophia look very confused.
You three should probably get settled in. I need to find Katya. It's way too late for her to be wherever the hell she is.
So they, looking around, discerning from the way that names are written on doors, they manage to figure out that there's an empty room nearby, and they head towards it. Having very little to, with them at this point, they, kind of just fall into this room, the three of them. Winnie goes with Sophia. And it ends up being just you and Lunala standing there. Draco helping the twins out.
Edwin's, I'm pretty sure he specifically said to meet at the gym.
So there is a. Would you like to check your room first?
Yeah, he's probably going to check his room just in case she left him a note.
So you walk into your room, and Kat is sitting on the floor in front of your desk, and she has piled. There's like a bunch of rocks that she's like collected, and she's like piled them into like a weird archway, like balancing them all in this impossible way together. And as you walk in, she goes, "Oh, it's you,
Katya,
Mister. I'm gonna meet you at a certain point, and then doesn't show up, so I'm standing out in the cold looking stupid for 2 hours."
there was a family emergency. I didn't have enough time to tell you. I'm very sorry.
She looks up, kind of hurt.
My home. It was attacked.
Now she
didn't
looks
have
upset.
I didn't have enough time to let anyone know. I had to just grab my sister and Liam and Lunala, and we just had to go. But you remember my other siblings, right?
Katya nods.
And Winnie.
Katya nods again.
They're all okay. And they're staying with us. My father, on the other hand, is,
She frowns even more. And then she gets up and steps over her rock pile archway and hugs you.
when roll composure again.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just starts to choke up, and he says, You never got to say. He thinks that I hate him. He thinks that I hate him.
She shakes her head slowly. I don't think he thinks that.
But
Think about it, Lunala says. The last thing he did was protect you.
I just hope that I can see him again. I am so unbelievably lost. I have no parents. I just don't know what to do.
It's okay, Katya says, looking up at you. I'll share mine with you.
I'm, not entirely sure that's how it works. But I appreciate the sentiment. He's in the shield now. Which means I might be able to see him again, but I don't know. I don't even know how any of this works.
We'll figure it out, Lunala says, grabbing your hand.
Again, I'm very sorry, Katya. I wish that I had the time to let you know.
It's okay. Just don't do it again, she says, jabbing at you.
Unfortunately, I can't make any promises, but I'll try.
She starts walking towards the door, and she kind of waves the two of you, and she says, "Okay, I'll leave you alone, so you two can do whatever it is that a guy and a girl do when they get left in a room together.
Oh.
Like when Dad makes me leave sometimes." She's muttering to herself as she walks out into the hallway.
Just immediately blue. His face still stained with tears.
Yep. She shuts the door behind you, and Lunala is standing there, and she's like watching out the door, and she looks back at you, and her face is also blue.
Pridwin's just speechless right now.
You wanna unpack that, or she says, looking at you.
You know, I think it would be best if I just didn't.
She nods a little and walks over and just numbly sits on the edge of the bed.
Pridwin's gonna sit down next to her, and he's just kind of looking down at the journal.
Audio preview.
And he says, he said that he really hopes that I'm right.
Audio preview.
I think he meant it.
I think so too.
She lays her head on your shoulder,
Pridwin,
looking down at the book in your hand.
Pridwin's gonna lean onto her as well and say, you know, we have a lot of proverbs, but this reminds me of one that came from Arnolfo.
She looks up at you a little bit.
Change doesn't come all at once, but legacy, that will inspire true change. Even if we can't change the world, what we leave behind very well may.
She kind of, her eyes moving from the philosophy book to the impossible archway of stones on your floor. She stares at it for a long moment, and then she whispers, "Whatever we leave behind, they better be half as cool as Katya."
Ridwood looking over at the arch. I can only hope.
Is there anything else you need to do?
I think that's it for now.
Thank God. My brain can't handle any more emotions!